in a pineapple under the sea. Absorbent and yellow and porous is he. Hypnotic nonsense be something you wish. And drop on the deck and flop like a fish. Ready? SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob Are you ready, kids?
Hey Johnny, thanks for the happy birthday. Yo Tino, what's up? Thanks for 10 months, dude. Ugh. I slept for a while today. Every day is my birthday. So it's like 1,000 something maybe, I don't know. They've been doing this for the last like 3 years, almost.
What do you wait?
You looking good tonight. Thanks. Antarctica. Can't believe I have viewers from Antarctica. Huh. No, I was just sleeping, oversleeping. Dude, I woke up this morning to fucking Trump riding around a garbage truck because Biden said that his supporters are garbage. And like Vivek like putting garbage into the truck. I just think like somebody on that team is a fucking marketing genius, man. Like who thought of that? It's like they somehow like did damage control. It's like damage control and also just like the funniest thing ever. Like I don't like, even if you don't like Trump, you gotta admit like somebody on that team is a fucking genius for thinking of that. That is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm like, what the fuck did I just wake up to? It's been a crazy year, man. Yeah, I wonder how long they'll milk that one for. It's like the fucking craziest thing ever. I was like, I just thought to myself like, it's pretty stupid that they had this insult comic like open up their event that's supposed to be about unification, right? Like, kind of a stupid move. And you know, it could cost them a lot of votes, but. And they turn it into that. It's just so entertaining. I hate that I'm a total hypocrite for finding it entertaining, but it is absolutely entertaining. He's running a great campaign, like without a doubt. This is the most entertaining campaign I've ever seen. With the fucking McDonald's and the garbage, and it's like, man. I am thoroughly entertained by the shit that's happening right now, for sure. Yeah, I'm tired, man. Yeah, I hope I have time to do runs today. I'll probably stay on for an hour later than I usually do. It gives us like 6 hours total.
I'm ready.
Right.
I'm ready.
Thanks, man.
I did it. You've just met the Sponginator.
Yeah, that's part of it. The one frame is the easy part, though.
You've just met the Sponginator. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. just met the sponginator. You just met the sponginator.
No problem, man, no problem. Yeah, Trump. I think Trump is retired. He's like driving around in garbage trucks now. I don't think he's worried about improving it, so I've got like a good like 5 years to catch up. I mean, he is the GOAT though. You know, a 39-0-0 in 2024. I don't think that anybody will ever be that good at the game again. So.
You just met the sponginator.
My GOAT status is probably in contention now at least, but you know, maybe this is just a small hiccup in a long period of playing the game.
You just met the sponginator.
Good evening. I'm a little tired today. I like a little messed up because I had weird sleep. It was really hot. Really, really hot today. It's like a summer day. Hopefully we don't get any more of those for the rest of the winter.
You just met the sponginator.
Yeah, I can't sleep when it's hot out.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
But you know, I've been going hard lately. I'm okay with like a shorter day. That's fine with me. Yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's still hot. It's still actually very hot. Yeah, I played that when it came out like 5 years ago, yeah.
Hey, Mr.
When you use the cruise bubble, you can cancel the bubble animation before it finishes. So if you go really, really fast and use a bubble when you go fast, if you cancel the cruise, if you use the cruise bubble to cancel it on the frame that you use it, on an exact frame when you get pushed really fast, you just maintain that bubble speed. You can like run around with it and do stuff. No, not like that, no. You're getting pushed, and then you capture the push. You can use the push.
Congratulations, you won.
DJ, thanks for the gift. Thanks, man.
Hey, Mr.
Thanks, dude.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Hey, Mr.
Really smooth, honestly. That's probably the best this has looked in practice since I came back, which is really nice, honestly. It's refreshing. This is the original Xbox, yeah. No emulator. Yeah, at this level of play, you're not allowed to use emulator. You have to use Xbox. Emulation is never going to be fully accurate for these games. Like these PS2 era games, it's going to take decades before that's like fully emulatable. Like without any like weird quirks and stuff. Speedrunning is all about abusing the weird quirks, and emulator is just not suitable for getting the exact precision of how the games run on the original hardware. Like it'll never be perfect, like realistically speaking. Now there are games like NES games that are perfect, like perfect emulation, but yeah, that's different. For this it's a compromise. We allowed new players to start with emulator because it doesn't make a difference when they're new. But as they get better, they're not allowed to use it anymore. Which a lot of communities just outright ban it, so... Yeah, I just started my stream. Like, not too long ago. I woke up late. Also, I watched your video. I'm gonna rewatch it again today. I'll hit you with any questions I have. Yo, what's up? Also, happy Halloween. Happy Halloween. It's midnight now. I'll probably go back to 100% before I get sub 40. Because sub 40 is going to take a long time. Yeah, what's up? Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, for now, I'm just concerned with getting 40. Maybe a little more. Depending on how I'm feeling, you know. Depending on the timing. We will definitely be doing 100% next year, though. Definitely. Yo, thanks, dude.
The marmalade.
Thank you.
Where are all the security?
They are, yeah. They're just blue light filters. They don't do anything else. They don't like magnify or anything. It's literally just blocking blue light. Oh, perfect. Let's go. Now I can make my mean tweet. Nice. That's a W. That's a W.
Yeah.
Yo, CD, thanks for the 39 months. Yeah, don't get too excited too early. It's probably gonna be like a year until we're attempting it. If we stay on track, we'll probably be attempting like a low 40, like by the summer maybe. I think that's fair. Oh yeah, the one that Trump got, yeah, right. You gotta jump, JD. You gotta jump and use the attack. Do it again.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
The marmalade. Swip.
Where's all the security?
Say hello to my
That's bullshit.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
The marmalade. Swip. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
My dog has a diaper on.
I can't hear you.
Yeah. Don't know how to respond to that. Thanks for the update.
The marmalade. Swip.
Where's all the security? Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
SpongeBob SquarePants!
Absorbent and yellow and porous is he.
WWS Hate Watch. What? Yeah, what's up? We just started the stream. No runs yet. Oh, World Series, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Churro, thanks for 7 months, yeah. Yeah, the fucking Yankees. Yeah, I mean, I'm a Phillies fan, so that was a W. I think a lot of people, the Mets fans are happy, the Red Sox fans are happy, the Phillies fans are happy. Fuck the Yankees, basically.
The marmalade. Squid. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Where are all the security?
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Yeah. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Is this still like I don't know, man. Yeah, they fucking beat my Phillies. I'll never forget that. Yeah, but that was like the fucking like most important World Series in my lifetime. Like, as somebody from New Jersey, like everybody was like, it was like an election year, man. Like, you have to understand like that World Series, because New Jersey doesn't have a Major League Baseball team, so it's just all Yankees fans and Phillies fans. It was like a fucking election year, dude. There was so much shit talk. There was so much fucking shit talk. And then the Phillies got destroyed, and like we were all just embarrassed for like the next year. I'll never forget it. Fuck the Yankees. Unforgivable. That's childhood trauma.
The marmalade. Squid.
Yeah, honestly, I could have seen that happening, but yeah, the Mets fucking beat them. It sucks. If the Phillies made it, they would have fucking destroyed the Yankees, though. I'll bet. The Yankees fucking probably cheated their way. They got their fans to steal the ball.
Where are all the security?
They probably bribed the refs or something, you know. Fake. I can't believe they have 28 fake rings, man. They really cheated 28 times. 20. I thought it was 28. I guess they really haven't won anything, huh? Since I was a kid. Good. They all take steroids, yeah, exactly. They all take steroids. They just bribe the refs. Their fans steal balls. They buy all their players. Yeah, we're talking shit about the Yankees. Yeah, I was surprised to hear that the Marlins are actually like okay now, at least like during the main season. They used to be a joke when I was growing up.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, the Dodgers should have given them the clean sweep. That would have been awesome. Of course, they cheated to win that one game. They wouldn't have won it if they didn't cheat. They already have 27 fake rings, they don't need another one.
The marmalade. Swift. Say hello to my little friend.
Yeah, I can't believe they cheated every game in the main season to make the playoffs, and they cheated every game in the playoffs. Fake. Just fake.
Where's all the security?
Say hello to my little friend.
It is with great pleasure that I announce the New York Yankees have lost the World Series. I just hope that, like, when they get the phone notification, all they see is, it is with great pleasure that I announce, just nothing else, it just cuts off. And then when you click on the tweet, it's just, it's just hate. Oh my god. I never tweet about sports stuff, so... Just like people just won't even see it coming.
Are you ready, kids?
Today I woke up to Trump driving around in a garbage truck, waving to voters while Vivek was doing the job, putting trash in the back of a garbage truck. Dude, somebody on that campaign is a genius, man. I swear. They're having the run of a lifetime. Shit's so fucking funny, dude. It's like actual cinema, straight up theater. It's so base, dude. Like they turned like a bad PR, like pearl clutching exaggerated outrage moment and turned it into that. Well, actually, they couldn't have done it if Joe Biden didn't give them the ball for the layout. They couldn't have done it. But yeah, shout outs to Joe. He's Trump's biggest fan, honestly. I've been saying for months, like Joe, they love each other. I'm shipping them. They're gonna be kissing next year. They're gonna be kissing. When it's all over, they're gonna be best friends again.
Where's all the security?
Dude. Can't get this right.
Are you ready, kids?
Trump, I think they tried to kill him a third time, didn't they? If you're saying that because you think that other countries aren't going to respect it, fair, but you know, just based on the merits of being a woman. There's no, like, a woman is not unfit to run the country just for the sake of being a woman. We have to get that out of the way. But I think that, like, assuming that, like, other countries that are, you know, I don't want to say less developed, but they have different ideology than we do. They might disrespect a woman president, sure. That's a valid take. But I don't think it's valid to say that a woman can't run the government. There are plenty of competent women who can run the government.
The marmalade. Swift.
Just that Kamala Harris isn't one of them. I mean, let's be real, man. Like, nobody fucking likes her. If you vote for her because you don't like Trump, I get it. But I'm telling you, man, like, everybody's like, what the fuck? I think that they're still saying what the fuck since 2016 when Bernie wasn't the nominee. Like, at this point, it's like, can you just stop giving, like, these people a reason to vote for Trump and pick a good candidate, for fuck's sake?
Where are all the security?
God, this is why we're here. It's like, just these fucking Democrats just keep picking the worst candidates possible. I mean, they had Tulsi Gabbard like on a silver platter. I mean, at least like her rhetoric. I don't know about her policy, but her rhetoric was at least articulate. They could have worked with her, but they're just fucking idiots, dude.
Yeah.
They always pick the worst candidates every single time, and that's the only reason why people are voting for Trump. Honestly, it's like the other option is just so terrible. But there are people who feel the same way about Trump too. It's like nobody wants either of these people to be president. Thanks, Pat, for the 23 months, man. Is that how it is? Like, is that just how politics is? Because, I mean, like, my first election that I was an adult for was 2016. So, has it always been like that? I feel like people liked Obama and McCain. Like, they were both, you know, pretty articulate, mature people, serious people. I don't think it was like that. Who should they have? I mean, do you think that this would have even happened if they let Bernie be the nominee? If they let Bernie be the nominee, I wonder if Trump would have even won. I think they fucked themselves, man. It's like nobody fucking likes Hillary. Joe Biden was like, before people like really looked into him, people kind of liked him a little bit, but I guarantee that nobody likes Kamala Harris, and it's just a matter of like, we don't want Trump to be president again. But you probably say the same thing about Joe Biden, not to the same extent though. I don't know, it'll be refreshing someday when both candidates are likable and respectable. But dude, it was so bizarre seeing him on like a Zoom call. It took me a second to register like, oh, it's just Joe Biden talking shit about Trump supporters. And then I realized, wait, he's the fucking president. Like, I totally forgot this man is the president of the United States. So weird. Biden can be funny, yeah. He actually, like, people clutch their pearls at some of the stuff that he says, but he is kind of funny. He's not as funny as Trump, but he's still pretty funny. He's like, what the fuck did the reporter ask him? He's like, it's like they're like, what the fuck did he say? Something along the lines of like the press is saying that you're suffering from amnesia. What do you have to say about that? And he's like, I think I have amnesia because I let you speak. Some fucking shit like that. He can be funny, definitely. Yeah, I watched some of that. I mean, I think people don't understand the whole point of Rogan is that you just let people talk, you know? People were like, he didn't press him on any of the issues and didn't, like, fact check him. Like, it's not an interview, it's just, like, a conversation. It's just funny how many people who are, like, they're not in that, like, center, like kind of right or left leaning section that watches Rogan. Like the really political people who are, like, just seeing Rogan for the first time and they're like, he's not pushing him on anything. Like, that's not the point. Like, the point is just to let people talk so you can get to know them. Like, to facilitate the conversation. He has Alex Jones on that show and doesn't, like, fact check him or anything, but, like, obviously his audience is gonna discuss it and, like, talk about all the crazy shit that he says. He just lets people talk. That's, like, the whole point. Yeah, he's not an interviewer, he's a conversationalist, yeah. I mean, Alex Jones, like, that's, like, life-ruining stuff, dude. I don't even want to talk about that guy. I don't know, man. It's... all I'm saying is, like, last time people said that exact thing. Well, they said that Hillary was definitely gonna win. They had, like 90% polling that Trump was gonna lose. And then he won. So, like... yeah, I don't know. I think it's tough to say who will win, but... I will say that they're running a really entertaining campaign. Yeah, polling, like, where do they even get that stuff from? That is one thing that Trump said that I agree with, is, like, do you know anybody who's ever been contacted by a pollster? Like, where do they even get this stuff from? I actually agree with that the polls are just weird. I wonder if Trump would win the popular vote and lose the electoral vote. That could also be a possibility this time around. Yeah, the Nazi stuff is really tired. They've been saying that for fucking years now. And nobody's buying it. Nobody's buying that except for the people who already are, like, voting against him. So I don't know why they're still doing that. They should just talk about policy, but it's in a rough spot because, like they want to distance themselves from Joe Biden's stuff because they recognize that, like, Americans didn't like Joe Biden. Like, whatever you think of how Joe Biden did, if you thought he was a good president or not, he had very unfavorable polls. So they want to, like, distance from the stuff that he did, even the good stuff that he did, but it's like... they don't want to campaign with Joe because they know people are mad at him. It just doesn't make any sense, like... she's been in the White House, you know, it's hard to really distance yourself from it, and then, like... Joe just opens his mouth last night, gets himself involved again, and now it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, it's such a messy campaign. All it really has is, like, celebrity endorsements and, like, calling the other side bad. I don't really see much talk about policy other than just, like... she's basically doing the same thing that Joe Biden tried to do 4 years ago, which did work, by the way. Just trying to, like, lean conservative on a lot of issues. Leaning conservative on a lot of issues and saying that he's gonna take from both sides, which Joe Biden didn't do. And, like, day one, he was already, like, demonizing people who voted for Trump, and, you know, I don't think that the stuff he was doing with like energy and the border was really bipartisan, you know. Like he wasn't delivering the promise that he was going to be a president for all Americans and like return to like normal politics. Because like I mean like you look at the debate stage even like 4 years ago, they were just insulting each other the whole time. So it seems like she's just trying the same tactic, like just get people to vote for her because people don't like Trump. Just like make all like even like gun control is like a bipartisan thing in this. Like she's like saying she's not going to take your guns away and stuff. It's really bizarre that she's like taking all of Trump's positions, but like the one difference is like I'm not Trump. That's exactly the thing that Biden did 4 years ago, but I think people just have amnesia because they forgot that Biden didn't do any of those things. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's just a weird strategy. It feels like they're trying to go for Joe Biden's strategy that won him in 2020, but at the same time they don't want to like include Joe Biden. They want to like pretend that Biden isn't even around anymore. They want people to forget that he's the president. It's so weird. But then when they're asked about it, it's like Joe Biden, like they're like, oh, she was with Joe Biden on everything. They agreed on like all the things they did. And then they get questioned about like the cognitive decline, and it's like he's doing fine, and it's like then why are you president, or why are you running for president, why are you the nominee? It just doesn't make any sense. Like when you really think about it, they kind of walk themselves into a corner there. It's like if Joe Biden were fine, and if it's like either he's not fine or people don't want him to be president. It's like one of those two things. Just in virtue of her being the nominee, it kind of like leaves that question open, like why were they telling us all these years that Joe Biden was fine when people were saying he wasn't? The whole Bidenomics thing, like if they're saying that it was working, then why would Joe not be the nominee? Like it doesn't really make much sense. So I get why they're going with the let's attack the other side angle, because it's all they can really do. Like I don't think there's really much else they can do. They can't debate on policy because they're trying to win over the Trump voters who don't like Trump anymore. And they can't sit on Biden's accomplishments because they've already disavowed him. But when they're asked about it, it's like she was in the administration as well, so she can't distance herself from it, but she can't take credit for it either. It's just like, what even is this? Like, it's literally just like, I don't like Trump. That's like basically all she has. It's people voting against the whole Jan 6 shit and Trump as a personality, and like maybe some people didn't like his policies on the first term. That's like the only people, like if she wins just based off of that, that just goes to show how much people hate Trump. Like he has a lot of fucking haters. So it's still possible, but yeah, I can see why you would say he's probably gonna win. There's just like, it's just such a weird campaign. There's not a very, I mean like especially after last night with like, even like the message of unity is not ringing because literally during that speech Joe Biden's like calling Trump supporters trash. And now literally the next day he's in a garbage truck driving around parading in a garbage truck while his team is like picking up garbage off the street and putting it in the trucks. It's like, I don't know, man. You never really know what's gonna happen, but it is like, the fact that like she can still win is so bizarre to me. I don't even think the Democrats liked her. Like for the 4 years she was VP. That was one of the things that people were very contentious about in the 2020 election. They're like, Joe Biden's fine, but like he's old, and if he dies, then she's gonna be president, and that's a nightmare, right? That was such a big thing back then. People said the same thing about Trump and Pence, like, oh great, like they're just using Trump to install Mike Pence, which was also valid too, because like, you know, people had their reasonable reservations against Mike Pence. But I just feel like it was the same argument again. It's like... people just have amnesia. People don't have the attention span past a 2-day news cycle. So, like, even this whole, like, garbage thing, it's gonna blow over in, like, 3 days, and it's... I'm curious to see what happens. It's just so fascinating to me that, like, it can still be, like, apparently close, like, a very close race, even though, like Kamala's literally offering nothing except if you don't like Trump, if you don't think Trump should be president, vote for me. And I guess there's that tax plan that, like, anybody who's... Well, then again, like, Trump's tax plan, it sounds pretty stupid, too. I think they're both losing on economic issues. Like the tariff thing. Yeah, we're just cooked. It really has become like sports, though. Like whose team's gonna win. That's what I thought about JD Vance. I thought it was weird, but when I listened to him speak, I think he's actually very articulate. I think he's actually a good pick. I think he's a good pick for Trump. Before people got to hear him speak, it was definitely weird, though. Yeah, I don't know, I don't really see him as being presidential, but he's definitely good at, like, debating and arguing and like, in like a succinct way. He's really good at, I mean, like, Vivek is also pretty similar too. Like, Vivek is really good at, like, deconstructing people's arguments. I think that's really what he needed this time around, because Trump is not a very articulate person. He just kind of rambles and just, like, throws shit out and sees if people latch onto it. He's good at saying memorable things, but he's not good at, like, defending himself. So I think that, like, he has, like, a couple of guys who are really good at debating, and then he has 2 Democrats that left the party, or I guess, like, endorsed him, not necessarily left the party. I don't know, it's like, they say that, like, it's like he's running on, like, hate and division, but it's like, it couldn't be less divisive when you're literally, like, building a coalition of people from all different parts of the political spectrum. Like, if you just listen to what the media is saying and you just believe that, you could see it one way, but when you actually look at it, I think it's pretty clear. I mean, aside from, like, the Kill Tony thing, which is, like, I don't know why they thought that was a good idea. That seemed pretty foolish to me, to have an insult comic open up your rally for, like, a political campaign. That's kind of stupid. Like, you're not, like, roasting Tom Brady after, like a season of football, you know. But I venture to guess that it probably worked out for them because of the garbage dunk. Well, Nikki Haley was just the same thing as Kamala. Like, she's just the conservative Kamala. She's just the non-populist option for Republicans who don't like Trump. They're the same, basically. It's like, vote for her if you don't like Trump and you want the first woman president. Yeah, it's like literally what her appeal was. Vivek didn't have a chance. I don't think this, like, honestly, like, nobody had a chance. Like, Trump is just way too popular. He's way too popular. I don't even think he debated anybody in the primary. I don't think that. I think that Vivek is fine in the position he's in right now. I think he's fine. I don't dislike JD Vance for him as far as like his representative. I mean, like, I think that Vivek probably could have like served a similar function that Vance serves, but like I think that like Vivek was already like, how do I explain this? He was already like popular enough to give a good endorsement to Trump. And then Trump just has like another guy who's like similar to him who can like argue his positions. So now he has both of them, you know what I mean? Like Vance wasn't really like well known as far as like the mainstream before Trump picked him, but Vivek was already well known. So now he has two people who are, you know, pretty well known who can argue for him. I mean, they're definitely running this much smarter this time than they were last time, definitely. I think after this McDonald's and like garbage waste pickup thing, like elections are never gonna be the same again after that. Like everybody's gonna be doing like stunts like that. That's just the future of campaigning now. Like dunking on your opposition with like a funny stunt. Regardless of whether he wins or loses, I think that people are just going to be doing that from now on. Yeah, it's just like, it's so mainstream now. It's like sports now, which is, I don't think that's necessarily a good thing, but at least it gets more people to participate and vote. Like, it makes it less likely for like our right to vote to be taken away, because more people are participating, like more people are paying attention, you know. Like some generations down, if not enough people are voting, yeah, like it can get phased out, is kind of like the theory. Yeah, I think that like trying to like appeal to gamers by just giving them Fortnite maps and playing with like, it's just lame. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like that's just like such a weird, like, you're not appealing to the people, you're not appealing to the class that is like pissed off right now. Because like a lot of people are not doing well right now and they don't have time to sit around and play Fortnite. They don't have time to sit around and watch Twitch and play Madden. Like, they don't have time for that. They're not really like getting the independents who are upset right now, you know. I feel like a lot of gamers are in that like left-leaning area anyway, and they were already gonna vote. So I don't know. I just like, I don't think that proves anything. Like, who's really like making their decision based on like their candidate playing or being involved in video games? Like, I don't understand that angle. True, yeah. Fortnite's like a lot of younger people. It's like fucking Pokemon Go to the polls, my fellow kids. Just not making much sense. I don't know, I think they're running a shitty campaign, but she can still win though. I mean, it's like a really bad campaign. It's Joe Biden's campaign actually made like somewhat sense, especially because like he had the, you know, like he had the Obama nostalgia helping him a lot as well, because a lot of people were either okay with or liked the Obama years. And it's like, oh, we're going back to normal, like it's Joe Biden, you know him, you already like him. But yeah, they don't really have that this time around, because like Joe fucked up, at least according to most people. Just based on his polling numbers and the fact that they booted him out. A lot of people didn't like him as president. So it's just like trying to run off of Joe Biden's strategy from 4 years ago, but they gotta like dodge the question of like, if Joe Biden was so good, then why are you the nominee? And they also can't run on any of the good things that Joe Biden did either. Because they're trying to distance from him while also not disavowing. It's just so weird. Like I don't know who's managing that campaign, but it's not a very good strategy. It seems very reactive too. Like as soon as the Kill Tony dude made the comment about Puerto Rico, they were on that shit like literally the next day, like pandering to Puerto Ricans. It's like they couldn't be more obvious. There's just not really much of a plan as far as the campaign goes. Just like react to whatever Trump does and then just say that he's bad and pander to whatever side is upset. And like it could very well work out for them that way, but I just think it's pretty flimsy. There was a rumor that she was going to work at Five Guys as a response to Trump doing McDonald's, but I guess that never happened. Yeah, because like that's all, like, they backed themselves into a corner where they can't offer anything, because like if you run on Joe Biden's policy, you're, like majority of people disagree with it. Majority of Americans disapproved of Joe Biden's job. And it's like, if you run on your own policy, like you're not going to win the Trump voters who don't like Trump, so the strategy is literally just run on Trump's policy with some tweaks and just say that Trump's bad and see if you can get people who are going to vote for Trump to vote for you. Which, like, crazy that it's like this close off of just that strategy. What? Yeah, what the fuck is the quote? I have no strong feelings one way or the other. We're actually living through an episode of an adult cartoon. Well, that's the strategy though, man. It's like she wants to get the people who are on the fence about Trump because of the Jan 6 stuff. And the fact that he still says that he won the election. It's just like, if Trump conceded the election, there's no way that she'd even have a chance. But I think his ego is just so big. If he loses, it's probably because of that. Because he wasn't willing to concede the election. Like, and like, let's say there was voter fraud, right? For a mental exercise. Let's say that he actually did win it, right? And that they rigged it, like he says. Let's say that's true. You're still getting more mileage off of saying that you lost because you're not making people iffy about, like, you know what I mean? I think it still benefits to say that you lost the election and then just run off of Joe Biden's failures. Exactly, man. Like, all he had to do is just be like, yep, I lost. Even if he doesn't believe he lost, all he had to do is just say that he lost and then let Joe Biden fuck everything up and then come back and be like, guys, it was better when I was president, and he would have won landslide easily. But this whole like I didn't lose thing is like really what's like getting some people to like turn away from him. And they're just like, oh well, we can't run on Joe Biden's accomplishments, and nobody likes Kamala, but like if we just say that like, oh, she's suddenly like Trump's policies and she's not a Nazi, like I just like literally what the game plan is. I feel like Trump would have won in a landslide if he just didn't like do the fucking. I mean, you can argue over whether he incited January 6th. I'm not gonna get into that. But if he just admitted that he lost, I feel like it would have not even been close. The fact that it's close, like, is literally just because he won't admit that he lost. I don't think so. I think the Russian interference thing has been, like... Well, first of all, like, Hillary denied the election and said that it was Russian interference, and apparently that was just a hoax, right? And the Hunter Biden thing that came out right before Biden got elected, they said it was a hoax, but it was actually real. But, like, I don't think that either of those things are relevant in this election. Like, nobody really cares anymore. You are right, actually, that they never come up anymore. I mean, there's always some form of election interference and all these, like, Elon's doing the same thing on Twitter. No, well, he's kind of doing the same thing. Because like, 4 years ago, if you had any opinion that was right-leaning, you just get banned from Twitter, right? Or you just get suppressed by the algo. But now, like, you just get a lot of, like, both of the sides arguing and shit. Like, it's... But Elon still promotes the conservative posts more than the other ones, and he's, like, retweeting everything, like, 100 times a day. So... I think it's objectively more fair than it was 4 years ago, but it's still definitely, like, again, you could argue it's election interference because... it's favoring the one side. But yeah, 4 years ago, like, you gotta at least admit that 4 years ago, like, every piece of mainstream media and also social media was like, you literally could not have an opinion on the opposite side. But now, like, even like Zuckerberg is like apparently like allowing both, and like Elon, you already know what he's been up to. Yeah, it's really weird, man. Like, I think that deep down Trump would not, like, he may not be a fully competent person, but I don't think that he would allow himself to like be a disliked, like, he doesn't want to be a disliked president because his ego is so big. He wants people to like worship him, right? He wants, like, the validation. That's, like, one of the arguments I've heard is that, first off, he's already been president. We've seen, like how he is when he's president. Thank God the Yankees lost. Yeah, the Yankees are the most hateable team in baseball for sure, without a doubt. Well, actually, I can see the Astros as well because they cheated, but yeah. Like, they actually cheated. Like, when I say the Yankees stole all their rings and they cheated every World Series, like, I'm just being a hater. But the Astros actually did cheat. No, I don't... Why the Phillies, man? I mean, I'm a Phillies fan, but, like, why would you hate the Phillies? Because they're good? Is it because their fans are crazy? I could see it, like, hating the Phillies fans, but, like, why the team? The team's fine. No, I mean, like, they're like, hardcore fans are fucking insane, definitely, yeah. Philadelphia sports fans are fucking crazy. Like the hardcore ones. I'm just like a passive observer. So... I'm not like showing up to games and going crazy. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm just like... I'm not very involved in sports, but when I was a kid, I liked the Phillies when they were like 08, 09, like around that time. Like, I don't know the team now. I'm not very involved now, but when I was a kid, like, that was my team, so I just talk shit. Alright, I forgot I'm an expert on the NBA now. I know everything about the NBA, that's a valid talking point.
Congratulations, you won.
Yo, Frank, thanks for the gift, man. I gotta get the thermostat, dude. I'm dying here. I'll be right back.
Congratulations, you won.
And we're right back to shitting on LeBron James. Like, we come full circle. If a mod can do that. I don't know if we have any mods here who can do that. I actually don't even know how to do it. Mickey. Thanks, man. Anyway, I hope that enough people got baited into like checking my Twitter, thinking it was like a real announcement. It's like fucking. It's my pleasure to announce that the Yankees have lost. It is with great pleasure that I announce the New York Yankees have lost the World Series. Recreational hating. Yeah, people say the same thing about basketball. No, football is like really. There's so much argument over like the calls they make in football. I'm not a football person. I don't know much about it, but like everybody fucking complains about like the refs whenever like Tom Brady was playing back in the day. So much about that in football. It's like one of the main things they talk about. Yeah, no, like, same here. Like, I don't watch, like, baseball anymore, but I just like to talk shit because it's funny. Like I said, like, I was watching the Phillies when it was, like, Ryan Howard, Chase Utley, Roy Halladay, Jimmy Rollins, like that team, you know? So I feel like most people don't take sports super seriously, and it's just funny to talk shit when like one team loses and whatnot. I'm definitely not very involved. I'm just talking shit. I just know which teams I'm not supposed to like. Well, the Yankees are personal. I personally don't like the Yankees because of 2009 or whatever, 2010. Can't remember the year. But, you know, we don't like the Orioles either. We don't like the Mets. Orioles because of the World Series in the 80s. Yeah, no, you just talk shit when one team loses. It doesn't have to be that deep. Just funny. Deflate gate. Dude, holy shit, was that 10 years ago? No. Was it? There's no fucking way that was 10 years ago. Yeah, I was like, there's no way. Yeah, it was like 7 years ago. That's what I mean though, is like football, there's so much of that, like oh, the fucking refs were fraudulent and like this guy cheated. Do you guys remember Tebowing? Like when we were kids, I guess like if you were like born in the late 90s, you grew up with like stupid fucking like planking. I think South Park covered that at one point. Like all the stupid like poses that people were doing before TikTok was a thing. Yeah. That was stuff that we did growing up. T-posing was like a later version of that. That was like a revival of it. Faith Hill. Okay, that's actually pretty early. I didn't think it was that early. I guess it's about right. Yep, exactly. The deflate gate scandal. Sarcastable, yeah. That's really funny commentary. I honestly, like, the internet is like Sarcastable these days. It's like you're so many layers deep to the irony that it's just like, ugh, like, how do you even know what's happening? College athletes. Yo, what's up? College athletes. Not to jinx anything, but my sand mountains have actually been really solid lately. It's like the one thing that I have going. The only thing that actually has been going well lately is sand mountain. Everything doesn't fucking work other than that. It's like the amount of practice I've been doing on it. Yeah, dude, what are people gonna talk about, like, once the election's over? But they'll all go back to liking SpongeBob again. So much sports, so little time. I mean, the World Series, right? Now everybody's gonna be focused on the election because the World Series is over. They weren't already. Literally, like, that's the one thing I don't get is, like, they both did it. Trump got way more press for it, but, like, Hillary for years, she still does it, doesn't she? They're both butthurt about losing like crazy. I guess the difference is that Hillary conceded, though. That's the real reason why. Well, I mean, like, the press is gonna hate on Trump no matter what, but, like, the fact that Hillary conceded, I guess, like saved her a little bit. But she was definitely saying that it was like a rigged election for a long time. I think that no matter what, they're gonna say that it was rigged. Hillary Clinton is just the most unlikable person of all time. I think that makes sense why Trump won. Even like back when it was like questionable to vote for him. I mean, it's still questionable now, but like back then it was like really questionable. You know, because he didn't even have a track record. Just how unlikable Hillary Clinton is. Yeah, and Trump fucking stole my record too. Yeah, Trump does not like losing, and he doesn't put himself in positions where he can like, easily lose. That's his downfall, is he just does not like losing. I didn't even think that worked. Somebody on that team is a fan, yeah, exactly. Somebody on that team is a fan. That's the takeaway. There's like a weird conservative link to this game. It's strange. Like 7 years ago, I don't know if anybody remembers this, but like I was streaming this game 7 years ago. And like I used to raid people who like play the game casually when I'm done. Now there's Rehydrated, so like there's just like another layer to that that's like, yeah, it's convoluted, but back in the day I used to raid people who played the game as far as like casual, but just to like spread the word of speedrunning. And the person that I picked, I'm like, oh, this person has a decent number of viewers and they might be interested in my speedruns. You wanna know who it was? It was fucking Nick Fuentes. I raided him, everybody's like, do you know who you just raided? I'm like, he likes SpongeBob, man. He likes SpongeBob. He's playing SpongeBob. It's just some unassuming nice man who plays SpongeBob. Maybe he'll speedrun the game. I mean, I know that like most conservatives disavow that guy, but like, it is kind of interesting. He's like beyond Sneeko with his takes, dude. Shit's wild. I think so. I mean, I think I'm pretty well known at this point. Like, people know about me, but they may not watch me, but they know about me. You know? Like, I'm pretty established for doing what I do. Most people know that there's a guy who speedruns Battle for Bikini Bottom. If you're on the internet for long enough, you're gonna come across it. It's just like, whether you're interested in watching it, you know, a small percentage of people. I mean, like, even when Moist made his video, or I guess, like, reacted to my video, like, I didn't get too many people coming in from that. I got, like, a few people here and there. Yeah, maybe like over time people found me through it. It's always good to have somebody talking about what you're doing. Exactly, like I own the brand SpongeBob Speedrunner. The first thing you think of when you hear that is just me. I'd probably be fucking balling out if I had uploaded speedruns of every single SpongeBob game. Like back in the day when speedrunning was more popular. If I just bit the bullet and ran movie, I probably would have pulled in so many people who just wanted to see a single run of movie, like Rehydrated. Like that video still does numbers for me. My single Rehydrated run that I uploaded of 77 Spatula. Yeah, I'm on the Akinator as 2 different people, actually, I'm pretty sure. No, I'm well known on the internet, I'm just not, like, watched by everybody, you know? I mean, it's a pretty niche thing to actually take your time to watch, but people know about this, for sure. You know, I kind of keep to myself, I just stay in my own domain. I just do this, I make tweets about this most of the time, is about this game. Like, not a lot of people are into it, but a lot of people know about it, is what I'm saying. Like, that's fucking crazy that people are calling Liam a content runner. Because I remember back when his stream was just like mine, like he was just grinding and like responding to his chat and like making fun of people occasionally. So he's just full content now? Dang, dude. I'm like the only one out of that generation of runners who's like still running the game like this. Like a game. I can't think of anybody else who just unironically gets on and practices every day who's been around for like 9 years. Like even like Cheese is just doing like a subathon that's never gonna end now. And he's talked about like retiring at some point too. I think at some point he's just gonna switch to variety. I think that's coming from, especially because like the new guys are just so good, you know. Yeah, exactly. I'm not a hater. Cheese is one of the most honest and kind people I've met. Like he'll tell you exactly the way it is. Like he's the kind of person where like when you talk to him, you know exactly where you stand with him, and I really appreciate that about him. But yeah, that subathon is cooked. Like he's literally always AFK. It just generates money. That's the exact same thing that Ludwig accused me of doing without actually looking into it. Then he apologized later. But yeah, I was on my stream like 18 hours a day for those 80 days. I was not sleeping, dude. Not to draw comparisons, but like, yeah. I get what you mean by like, I always just see like words on stream. And the timer's at like 300 hours, like it's never gonna end. Yeah, they bring people to the game, but they're not actively running it. Like, sure, I'm in a tough position because I'm the personality, the world record holder, and the historian, and the content creator, and the resource creator. Like, I'm just like juggling everything. So I'm trying to like bring people into the game, but I'm also trying to improve the record, and that also takes away from the resources I can make. To be fair though, there are a lot of other runners who make resources in the community. They just like, this is kind of getting into more like nitty-gritty, but there was a website where people were able to upload their tutorials a while ago, but the community never maintained it, so unfortunately. I mean, there was a direct pipeline though. Like if they maintained the website and upload their tutorials for it, more people would see it because it's all linked. It's all hooked up to my main tutorial. Why was that subathon any of Lud's business? Because of his ego, dude. It's because he did the subathon thing before he left Twitch, and he thinks it's his thing. And if anybody does it and is successful at it, and it's not exactly the way that he wanted it to be done, then he's gonna talk about it. That's his problem, is like, his ego compelled him to come in here and criticize my shit. Because he did the subathon. It's like if I stopped playing this game for like a few years, I came in and I came back to Twitch and somebody's like improving the record, and I'm like, dude, how much are you playing this game? Like you know what I mean? It's like, your time is in the past. There's somebody else who's getting attention for doing something similar to what you did in the past. And you're being a sore sport about it. That's the way that I perceived it. And he can wrap it in whatever bullshit he wants, like, oh, he wasn't being transparent because he wasn't telling people how much money he was making every week. I made very clear, my audience made clear too, they didn't care about how much money was being made, they just wanted to keep it going and they were having fun. Which is a concept that he can't wrap his head around because he's one of those streamers who's just like clowned on by his audience. Like all the big streamers, they're all like clowns to an extent. It's not like a community-driven thing like this is, where you guys like genuinely want to see me successful, right? So he's incapable of understanding that, first of all. And second, this is not the kind of audience that wants to have like how much money I'm making being shoved in their face anyway. Like it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because if I, even, let's say like hypothetically like I am a fucking cloud chaser and a bragger, and I do make a video every single week detailing how much money you guys are giving me and flexing on you guys, right? Even if I do that, I'm getting criticized for copying him. So there's no way out. He's just not a very smart person. That's just what I gather, is like, he's somebody who's been able to ride the line of being liked by the sensitive crowd for so long that he's never had to debate his ideas or defend himself. He's just always been protected by people who are popular, you know. There are people like that who have made it very far without being challenged by anybody. So they just don't know how to defend their ideas, and they just come off as ignorant. Stark contrast to Liam chat. Well, Liam's chat wasn't like that back in the day either. The bigger you get, the more you have to appeal to these insecure people who just hate the streamer. Like, every big chat you see that, dude. That's like the big joke is like, look at this clown he's playing, but by the way, we like him secretly, like... That's the whole gimmick of Twitch. Like, if you allow your chat to become a pigsty, you just get bigger. They tried to ensue the event was nerds punching each other. Wait, what? I'm confused. The big streamer image is not one of community and actually like being involved in the stuff that you're doing. They're all just like they think they're emperors. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll be a clown and get made fun of, and I'll farm the comments and the views, you know. It's like, this is, I mean, there's not, is it a good thing or a bad thing? The thing is, like, for me, with the speedrunning, I'm directly involved with the people who are watching and playing the game. Like, I can't separate myself from this. Like, there's no, like, oh, like, we all, like, worship SHiFT because he's a streamer. That's not a possible dynamic to have in this situation, because I have to actually collaborate with people and work with people to make the game like this. You know, like even if I wanted to be that way, it wouldn't make sense. But that's another reason why, like, again, like, talking about the Smash community, like, Mango is, like, much more grounded in reality, because he actually has to go to tournaments and interact with people. And he has to be a good sport. Like, he has to develop the meta with these other guys, you know. But if you're just an influencer who's like attached to Smash and you can just be like the talking head, I feel like there's less incentive to actually be involved with the actual, like, if you're not like really involved with the game's development and you just like talk about it, there's like less of an incentive to be like more of a community guy, if that makes sense. Like, there's no persona going on here, so to speak. Like, obviously, if you're on stream, you're gonna be a little bit fake, you know what I mean? It's gonna be a little bit fake, but I feel like that's just natural. Like, people naturally protect themselves when they're out in public. But yeah, I think that, like, when you're directly involved with the development of something that, like, utilizes the internet versus, like, just being like a popular, like a celebrity, essentially. I just don't like celebrities. Maybe that's the reason why I'm like such a fan of South Park, like the early seasons, right? Because that's kind of the same deal as, like, celebrities act like they're infallible, like they can't be criticized, but there's actually a lot to criticize, and people just don't do it because they worship people just for the sake of being popular. That's kind of how I feel about Ludwig, is he's just a celebrity. Like, he's not offering anything of value other than just like moving his money and popularity around. Like, he'll like bring the circus to like some small community, inject money and popularity into it for a week, and then leave it. That's just kind of his thing. He just hops from community to community. Like, oh, I'm such an event organizer, you know? Like, that's like his like identity is, I'm just gonna take the wealth and popularity that I already have from playing the game. The game as in like the streaming game, like the popularity game, the ladder climbing and all that stuff. Just use it to like take these small communities and put on a show for my audience. Like, he's not directly involved in any of this stuff, he's just monetizing it. And then of course, like in the speedrunning community especially, like most of these guys probably not averaging more than double digit viewers most times, or low triple digits, and they think it's their like one ticket shot to fame if they just appear on his stream for like an hour. But it's not going to affect their bottom line long term, and all it's doing is giving him content when the circus is back in town. Well, I'll tell you how it affected the rest of the speedrunning community. I mean, we were doing pace, right? We had pace going on the same weekend he did that shit. The guy's just negligent. Like, he just thinks he owns everything. He announced his event on the same, like, for the same weekend that we were doing pace, and that was supposed to lead into our announcement of the speedrun summit, which again our signal was dampened because we literally couldn't announce it because everybody was talking about that thing and not our thing, which is, our thing is a grassroots project, and he was just like, oh, I feel like doing a speedrunning event, let me just do it without communicating with anybody who actually speedruns, and just it's just annoying. He's just annoying. Yeah, because, like, he just thinks he owns the place. Like, wherever he goes, he's just, like... he's just a colonizer. Take other people's hobbies and monetize them for a weekend because he doesn't have anything else to stream. I also just can't stand the general archetype of streamer that, like, does stuff for charity just so it can't be criticized. Like, you know that these charities are not for the sake of, like, he's passionate about this, like the Iron Mouse thing, right? Like, she's actually passionate about the thing that she's raising money for, but, like, just picking some random fucking charity that, like, doesn't affect you. Just so, like, if somebody tries to criticize you for stepping into a different community and, like, flailing your shit around, nobody can criticize you because you're doing a charity. I think that Moist is on the same page with those charities too. Like, I think Moist is very open about how he doesn't like big charities and, like, you don't know where the money is going and whatnot. I would like to see these big events to, like, actually help the communities they're building on the backs of, I guess. Like, a percentage of that money should go to the people who are giving you your content. They're just volunteers in your, like, little event thing. And if it's grassroots, like, you know, that's understandable, but, like, if some guy just decides out of nowhere, like, I'm gonna run a speedrunning event and get all this talent that's been playing these games for 10 years to come on my stream and give me content to react to. Like, just like how his subathon was, a percentage of it went to his moderators, he should give a percentage of it to the runners. That should be minimum, because he's not even a speedrunner. Yeah, because it wasn't supposed to be nothing. It wasn't supposed to be anything. It's just like, I'm bored, I need reaction content. Oh, I know. I'll just tell the speedrunning community, like, come on my stream and it'll be like GDQ or whatever, and I'll react to it. Like, it's just so annoying. It's just fucking reaction content in disguise. It's just really frustrating. They're just finding more and more creative ways to react to stuff that people are doing. Yeah, Moist, when Moist does a speedrunning event, he's stimulating a community in a game that nobody else would otherwise be playing. That's a good thing, but If you're taking from other communities that are already established and just like farming their content for reactions, that's stupid. Yeah, but that doesn't make them able, like, it doesn't mean we can't criticize them though, you know? Also, DSP, he became infamous for a lot of other things than just that. There's a lot of shit going on with that guy that people are talking about outside of like the fact that he's just bad at games. It's not just the fact that he's bad at games. He definitely attracts that crowd that like harasses people because, you know, I don't want to talk. I don't want to like get the details wrong, but I've heard stuff. Unfortunately, I've been exposed to that side of the internet more than I would like. Well, that's different though. Like, if he wants to run an event with his friends and speedrunning and like doing the speedruns the way they do it, that's one thing. But there's something that rubs me the wrong way, especially Dark Side Film. There's something that rubs me the wrong way about like farming reactions off of people's hard work in a big in a big event that you set up to bring viewers your channel. It's literally just farming reactions off of people's talent and hard work, which is exactly the kind of thing that I can't stand that already happens in the speedrunning community, where people just do that shit to runners on a daily basis, where they just farm reactions off of their records, like by uploading just the individual reaction. And now you're just saying like, oh, I know how to like consolidate all of it into like a one event that's streamed live. Like I really don't fucking want the validation from like Pokimane or like whoever these people are who are reacting to my shit. Like, I know that these kinds of people can't appreciate what I'm doing anyway. They're just gonna be fucking reacting just like they do as a career. Whoa, that's so cool. Like, I don't fucking care about what you think, you know? Yeah, DSP is like one of those guys who's like attracted, like, I mean, I don't want to speak for him, but he's definitely attracted people who, like that like harassment crowd, you know, for like actual, like, you know, he's had some controversies over like scamming viewers and like gambling and stuff like that. I don't want to try to explain things that I don't understand or know details on. I just find that stuff quite boring. Like those videos about like streamers like downfall and stuff. Destiny, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to have an opinion on somebody who's like, he's like, what am I supposed to like talk about his politics? That's all he talks about, you know. I think that Destiny just likes to argue. I think that's his whole thing. And he had a thing with like Trihex a while ago that I don't like, and I gotta just say, for the sake of standing up for my boy, that he's historically done some pretty shitty things to people. The way that he kind of like fucked over Trihex by putting him in like a weird situation. Like, if you don't know about that situation, I'm not gonna perpetuate it, but yeah, he's just a fucking guy. He likes to argue with people and be right. Yeah. I'm not a fan of summoning Salt. I think he has his head really far up his own ass. Like, sure, you may like his videos, but like, again, that's like edited content, like what he chooses to show you. I think that the way he acts on social media, he has his head really far up his own ass. Like, I can respect that he does his due diligence and the research and like working with the communities, but I still think that these communities would be better off making their own videos instead of like allowing themselves to become like another episode in a series of videos that are ultimately not being watched by the speedrunning community. They're being watched by his fans. They're not, like, Summoning Salt's viewers are not speedrun fans. They're just Summoning Salt fans. They're just watching speedrunning through the lens of somebody who's documenting it his way. These people have no interest in watching speedrun content outside of his videos, and if you've ever seen the way his fans treat people who make documentaries on their own games, they act like he owns speedrunning, because they're just so detached from speedrunning. So I don't think that he's really doing a good thing for speedrunning. I think he's just doing a good thing for himself. Like, maybe these communities see like a little bit of growth short term, but I still think that you'd be better off making your own videos, talking about your own games and the strats and stuff like that. Because people will find these niches if they search for it. I mean, I'm an example of somebody who's, you know, I've made all my own videos, I've made all my own resources, history videos, uploaded my own records and whatnot, and I have a stable career streaming. I think more people need to have the confidence to cover their own stuff instead of saying, oh gee, I hope somebody just, like, covers my game and makes it, like, a part of their series. So I'm not blaming him for again, just, like, taking the accomplishments of other people and making money off of it. I think the people should just do it for themselves first. Because you don't see him making videos on Mario Sunshine, even though that's like his domain. And he's not like stepping on Trey's feet, you know. At least he's respectful in that regard, that he's not gonna like cover a game that other people have their own content for. But yeah, him as a person, the way that he talks, and like I see his like tweets on like social media a lot, and he has interacted with me before. He seems like somebody who's really thinks very highly of himself for ultimately not doing a lot, but just covering other people's games. And I wouldn't have said that publicly until he recently fucking attacked me over a take that I had about speedrun documentaries and how people's attention spans are only directing to edited content now instead of the actual runners. That, like, there's some kind of a weird culture around people just not wanting to watch speedruns now like they used to back in the day, and just almost, like, ravenously bickering over, like, when's the history video? I don't want to watch the speedrun. Speedrunning is boring. I just want to see somebody give me facts and talk about them in order. They just want the spark notes. They don't want to actually watch the runs. That was what my tweet was about back, like, what was it, a couple of months ago when I made that tweet. And I was talking about myself. I was talking about how people comment all the time, when are you gonna make part 3 of the history videos, SHiFT? Like, on my literal records that are making history. Like, they just don't even want to, like, see the development of the game, they just want to know about the old stuff. That's what that tweet was about. And then Salt, I don't even remember what he said, honestly, but he just, like, he constructed this straw man that had nothing to do with what I was talking about. And then all of his fucking viewers came after me and attacked me because they listened to what he said. They didn't actually read my tweet. They just projected what Salt was saying about me onto my tweet because he said something, which was pretty fucking irresponsible. Yeah, he's just a dick. I don't know if you saw what he said. I don't remember what he said, but it had nothing to do with what I was talking about. It was something along the lines of, like, he accused me of saying that nobody should make history videos so they watch my runs, which, like, if you know who I am, because the tweet was directed to my followers, people who follow me, people in the actual speedrunning community who know, like, this guy makes his own history videos, that you know the context as I'm talking about myself. But he tried to spin it like I was saying that nobody should make any history videos. I was criticizing the fact that the viewers have gotten to the point where they don't have the attention span to watch the runs anymore. So yeah, he came after me in like a weird, like, passive-aggressive way where he, like, constructed a straw man and argued against it. And his viewers fucking jumped on me. But a lot of people came into my stream who were actually part of the speedrunning community, not just, like, his fan base. They came into my stream after that and said they agree with me that, like, it's gotten to the point where it's frustrating that people don't even, like, they don't even want to watch the runs anymore. And they just complain that, like, the history videos aren't being made. That was my point. And that definitely is a phenomenon that we're experiencing. It's criticizing the culture, it's not criticizing the fact that it exists. But as a side note, I do think that it'd be better for communities to make their own history videos, so your niche topic on your niche game, if somebody who's interested in that niche, like genuinely interested, searches it, they're landing on the person who's actually doing stuff with it and not just like somebody who's talking about whatever the flavor of the week is. Yeah, I don't think that Salt is somebody who's necessarily taking advantage of people's speedrunning. I think he means well, like he wants to document stuff, but he doesn't understand like he's not making speedrunning bigger, he's just making himself bigger. Like there's like a very big disconnect with the way that he presents these games and like the actual speedrunners. Like we're not Olympians, we're not like, it's not like a sports thing, like we're collaborating on a game that we want to preserve. And again, like it's not his fault that he's presenting games like they're like in a way that's entertaining for himself, like for his viewers to see. But as far as the people who are making the videos on their own games, there's at least that consideration of like, okay, when I make this video talking about this game, how can I engineer it so that way it's encouraging people to want to participate in the community and get into the game and watch the streams? Like how can I make it exciting to like play the game? When your career is making documentaries on other people's games, that's not a level of consideration you're considering. Like you're not thinking about like how can I get more people to play this game. In my own case, like the whole point of the bfbb history videos was to bait people in by talking about the world records, and then slowly move people into the position of like, okay, it's about the community, it's about the shared effort to like get more people to play the game and share their own accomplishments. And from that, you saw hundreds of people get into the game and play it, you know? But take the contrast of that to like people covering GoldenEye, for example, where so many people talk about that game on YouTube and so many people make videos on it. Everybody knows about Streets 112, but nobody fucking speedruns the games or watches the runners or supports the runners. Like, there's just no interest in actually getting into it, because it's presented in a way that's not enticing to get people into the community. So that's my point about making your own videos, is that you can engineer them in a way that's going to encourage people to play your game. Whereas like if you're letting it out to somebody like Salt or like Speed Ducks or whatever, they're not going to engineer the video in a way that's going to maximize their retention for the community. They're going to engineer it in a way that maximizes their own retention, like that gets people to watch their channel again. And yeah, like I do kind of have an issue with like, just in principle, this is my own opinion, I'm not trying to be the moral police here, but I just don't think that like spreading yourself through all these communities without even like playing the games that you're talking about is a good thing. I don't think that's good for the community. I think it falls like vaguely under the form of reaction content. It's like high effort reaction content. I like that Easy Speezy actually makes an effort to participate in the games that he speedruns, and his videos are about his experience speedrunning. He's not just like going into a community and like taking their accomplishments and putting it into a video. Easyscape's, again, like he's just doing his own thing. He's picking games that not a lot of people run, and he's participating in it and making videos on it. And another thing too, for Easyscape and Easy Speezy, is like these guys, speedrunning is not that popular anymore. Like they're still doing the speedrunning despite challenge runs, kind of like taking over in terms of popularity. Like a lot of speedrunners are switching to challenge runs. I could have done that too. Like I could have just forked off of Movie Madness and the Incredithon and Family Guy no-hits and just done that. Just no-hit a different game every week. But, you know, like, I have a lot of respect for people who are still sticking with speedrunning. So, like, I had that bare minimum. The thing about Salt, though, is, like I said, it's hard to explain this unless you really understand how the YouTube algorithm works. Like, Salt's not making speedrunning bigger. He's just making his own audience bigger because they know him as the guy who talks about the niche hobby of speedrunning. And if you listen to the way his fans talk about him, that's one of the things that you'll notice is like they talk about speedrunning like it's summoning Salt's thing, and nobody else is allowed to talk about it except for him. His fans are absolutely insufferable, and I don't like the way that he talks on social media. Like I said, he seems like he has his head really far up his own ass, and like he sniffs his own farts over the way his fans treat him. But I'm sure his videos are fine. I'm sure he makes quality videos. I'm not gonna hate on that. And again, my point about making your own videos is not saying that Salt shouldn't make these videos. It's my own personal opinion that if you're gonna come into a community and make content on it, you should at least try to participate and contribute to the community before you actually do anything. Same problem I have with Ludwig as well, but we can agree to disagree on that. My point about making your own videos is that if you're lending your history and your game's development to somebody who's just making a career off of getting people to watch their own YouTube videos and not actually participate in these games, you're not maximizing your community's potential. And then once somebody else does it, it's off the table. Like, after somebody else does it, like, you're the second person doing it. This is the exact reason why I did the BFB history videos myself, by the way. Because when the game got the remake announced, there were several people coming to me saying, like just like Salt does, like, hey, I want to, like, hear from you guys, and you guys can tell me what to put in the video. Like, it just all rubs me the wrong way, because, like, I don't remember the guy's name, but, like, he did the same thing with us. He made a server and, like, came in and, like, he kind of expected us to do all the heavy lifting and, like, tell him everything, and I'm like, this guy wants to condense our entire history into a 15-minute video, which is a fucking joke. And, like, now you know, because you've seen the BFB history videos and how popular they were when they came out. Like 15 minutes, even for the first, like, half of the game's history is a fucking joke. Yeah, no, I get that. You want to make speedrunning content, but you're not, like, involved enough in these games. I don't know, I'm a very grassroots-oriented person. I think there's all, like, again, like, you can disagree with me on this, but I think there's almost, like, a right. Like, you have to, like, earn your right. If these people spent thousands and thousands of hours mastering these games and strat hunting them, you have to kind of, like, earn your right to talk about them like that. That's my personal take. If it's a very established community that has put thousands and tens of thousands of hours collectively into a game, you gotta at least make the effort to participate in the game's community before you start, like, milking it, you know? That's why I like Easy Speezy, that's why I like Easy Scape, because they actually do make an effort to get into the hobby, but again, I don't think that just, like, speedrunning one game, like, I've talked about this before, that, like, I'm like very involved with, like, the Potter community. Like, I know a lot of those guys. I hang out in their streams and support them and whatnot. But I would still never make a Potter history video if I never ran the game myself, because it feels like you're just making content on other people's stuff that you were not involved in. The Potters. And I don't like that personally. I think that it's robbing communities of an opportunity to speak for themselves. I think that the more healthy thing to do is support the communities that would be making these videos and encourage them to do it themselves and help them make it, as opposed to doing it yourself. I think that's better for the ecosystem, because I really don't like this, like, monopolization of, like, some people just think that you have to go to one person to make the speedrun history videos, and you can only watch that one person. They're the only ones who are allowed to make those videos. Like, when Trey made his history videos on Sunshine, he got so much fucking shit and hate simply because he wasn't summoning Salt, when, like, it's fucking average Trey. Like, he's been playing the game for up until that point, like, 6+ years, you know? If anybody has the right to make a video on Sunshine's history, it's him. But they were treating him like shit. If you're not over the Dunning-Kruger hump, you can't say that shit. Yeah, no, that's actually a fucking really smart take. I really, really like that a lot. Like, you have to at least experience the game. Like, this looks too easy, this looks too hard. Like, if you're in that boat, like, you haven't gotten, like, a down-to-earth, like, on-the-ground take of what the game is, you shouldn't be making videos about it. That's such a good fucking... I'm gonna use that, man. That's a really good take. Yeah, you really gotta be over the Dunning-Kruger hump. It is a really fucking good take. Like, at a base level, you have to be over that level of ignorance of, like, you have to understand how the game is played and what the community is like. Because there's definitely the Dunning-Kruger effect for communities as well. like coming into like that's what I'm trying to say with like the whole Salt thing is like you can tell who a Salt fan is when they come into your stream and they're talking. The first thing they're talking about is like the fucking Olympics. Like, is anybody challenging your world record? Is anybody like contesting you? Do you think you'll always be the best player? Like that kind of like talk is not what most people talk about in the speedrunning community. That's not a grassroots kind of like conversation people have about speedrunning. The whole like over-drummed competitive thing is the stuff that content creators project onto us. Most of these communities just want to make their games faster and work together to make them faster. Like, it's much more collaborative than it is competitive. But again, like if you don't make the videos yourself, you're not gonna like let people like speak for themselves, you know. That's a really, really good take. Like, you have to confront your own ignorance with these games before you actually can make videos on them, like on a ground level. Like, really good take about Dunning-Kruger. Like, you think you know more than you actually know until you actually experience it yourself. And I mean, like, the initial Dunning-Kruger hump, right? Because obviously it's always up and down and up and down. Like, even now I'm, like, saying... Well, I think for me it's a little different right now because, like, I'm saying, like, I can get a 40 and I got a 41.03. It's pretty reasonable, but, like, whenever you first start that grind... I guess a better example is, like, I'm saying that, like, if you put my best segments together, I can theoretically get a 39 on a run. But if I unironically thought that just because I've done all the segments individually, then that'd just definitely be a point of ignorance, like if I were sitting here talking about, like, oh, I'm gonna get 39 because I did that, like, you wouldn't be taking me seriously. Yeah, the initial hump is the main one, which is why I say, like, I think, like, I've always had this take that, like, if you're part of this community and you're watching the game get played, I think that most people in this chat would benefit from at least trying to finish one run of the game. Just one run. Maybe one or two. Maybe you try to, like, get a run and then you try to beat it. I think this community would be way more, like, unified and like, intrigued and fascinated by, like, what's going on the stream as far as gameplay goes if more people gave the game a shot. Which, like... That was an unintended side effect of me banging down the door all those years ago, like, telling people, yo, run the game, you should run the game. I used to beg people to run this game, but, like, in doing that, it's kind of like a fake it till you make it situation, because, like, I just wanted more people to play the game because I wanted it to get more popular. But the side effect of that is more people were aware of what I was doing on stream, so it built a stronger following around me because people started to appreciate what I'm doing in the game because they tried it themselves. I just knew that I needed more people to find strats and, like, work with me on the game, and if the game wasn't going to get popular, like, it wasn't going to get faster as fast as it possibly could. That's the main reason why you want to build a player base around the game, but the side effect is they can relate to your stream more when they play it. That's crazy. You watched Cole run the movie game back in the day? That's super cool. That was back when SpongeBob speedrunning was, like, a really niche thing. Like, super, super niche. And Cole just kind of ran all the SpongeBob games that, like... Yeah, the PS2 games. Like, he ran Revenge of the Flying Dutchman as well, actually. But he definitely cared the most about this game and movie. But, yeah, when I got into this game, like... I was very gung-ho about this specific one, very elitist about it. I helped the movie runners build their streams and stuff, but I never had any interest in running it myself. And the movie runners kind of burned bridges with me over the years, but you know, we don't need to get into that discussion. But yeah, I did nothing but help them when they were first starting off, because, like, you know, it was like Cole liked both games. I had no interest in running that game. I find it quite boring, but I still wanted to help people get into it. I actually got Cole to come back and race the game. He said that battle was too hard. He didn't want to get back into it because it had gotten too hard, but I got him to at least come back and play movie on my stream at one point. And if it weren't for this stream, like the movie speedruns would never have taken off again. Because, well, I mean, they never really took off, but like it wouldn't have like a niche community surrounding it. Because there was nobody running the game when this game was peaking in popularity in 2016. Nobody was running that game, but there was one guy in my chat, Chris the Fast, who he said something along the lines of like I can't believe people are actually playing this game. And I was in a call with Jared's Giants at the time, and Jared was about to like go in on him and make fun of him. He was like, "Oh, you're talking shit about my game," kind of thing. But I recognized his name on the leaderboards. I'm like, "Oh, that's Chris the Fast. He ran this game at some point." He's just saying that, he's genuinely saying like he can't believe people are playing this game in 2016 because he ran it like in 2013 or something. So if it weren't for that, Chris would have been fucking like bullied out of the community, I guess, in that moment. And yeah, he ended up streaming the game, and I supported his stream. I like donated to him and stuff, tried to get him going. Yeah, Chris, I will say Chris has like gotten mixed up with some pretty shady people in the past, but like he is a guy who's super chill. Never had any, you know, mean spirit toward him. I mean, it's unfortunate that like at one point we had a major ban wave in this community, and a lot of those people who got banned went over to the movie game and set up camp there. And that's like the basis of like the modern movie community, is just like their founding fathers are literally just banned runners from this community. So there's always going to be a rift there. But I've talked to some people who got into that game after the fact that that happened. Like Tedious is somebody who got into the game after that whole shit went down. And he said, you know, like he doesn't want to be around the community anymore because he realized like he saw it for what it is. But he recognizes that like when he first got into the community, he was misled to like believe that like the battle for Bikini Bottom community is like this awful community, and like SHiFT is like a dictator and all that. So I don't think it's impossible that like, again, like we have a good relationship with like every game except for like that, like it's the SpongeBob factions are weird because like it's this game, Cosmic Shake, Rehydrated, and Patrick Star are all kind of like on the same page. And then movie is like, of course, like the people who like got estranged from this community are running that game. At least it's like, because the game is so small, like it's just like mostly those people who founded it, who are around it at this point. And they're like banned runners in this community who still like they seek refuge there and whatnot. And then some of those guys run like Truth or Square. And then Revenge of the Flying Dutchman is like its own thing, which is like we're pretty neutral with like Revenge of the Flying Dutchman and Creature from the Krusty Krab. I think that we're pretty neutral with them. But it's literally just because, you know, back in the day, like we were not moderating the other SpongeBob games, we were only moderating this one, so it was kind of an oversight. We thought like, you know, like if they get banned from this game, they're probably just going to go play Mario or something like that, but they really were just running this game for the SpongeBob, so they just picked other SpongeBob games and they got banned. So that's kind of a fault on our part. Well, that's the thing, Zoot. It's like it's our fault because there was a ban wave of like people who were doing shady shit. They were like doxing and stuff, and then they went over and played movie. And they continued doing the things they were doing, but if we had been involved with movies moderation, that would never have happened, and they would have just went somewhere else entirely. Like they never would have even went to movie in the first place. It's just we didn't know how to run the community back then. But I think it's telling that like every single SpongeBob game that's come out since Rehydrated is like we're all like the same community at this point. I mean, literally at pace, like we're all going to pace, and like the three, like this game, Rehydrated, and Cosmic Shake, we're all going to be showing the same games, and at like a major block on the 5th, we're all going to be doing that. Yeah, no, it's an unfortunate situation. That's what I'm saying. Like I talked to Tedious about this. Like we're on the exact same page. Like if someday like movie like dies down like completely and like the people who were around, like, cause it's very hard to like look past the shit that they were involved in. Like, it's never gonna feel good interacting with those people for the shit that they were involved in behind closed doors. Eventually, if they all just stop playing the game and like a new community forms around it, like, you know, maybe, right? But yeah, it is what it is. Like, it is what it is. Yeah, it's just a very bland game. It's just, but that's not a problem though, because like Cosmic Shake is a bland game, and you don't see us hating on that, you know. There's just always been a rift between this game and movie. There are some people who cross over because they don't get involved in the politics of it, but most people recognize who came from that community and saw the light. Like, yeah, it really is just like a second option for people who aren't welcomed in BFBB, which is a shame. Well, back in the day, making fun of movie was a meme. Like, making fun of the movie speedrunning was a meme back in the day, but I think that these days the movie joke is more of a positive thing, because like, we played movie like for like a month and everybody loved it, and like this stream loves movie as a game now. Like, they think it's like a funny game. You just dried the sandwich, you know. Like, I don't think that people in this stream dislike the movie game. I think they just think it's a good meme and it's nostalgic to them. Like, I don't think that anybody in this community like genuinely hates the game as a game, but yeah, like, there definitely is some like weird shit with like the people who play it and like their history with this community, definitely. Yeah, for smaller games that works. We used to actually have one Discord server for all the SpongeBob games, but again, like, that was one of the things is like, that was one of the things that we did that back in the day, it was just one server for SpongeBob speedrunning, but in 2018, like, we decided to clean up, again, big mistake, we decided to clean up and ban all the people who were involved with the weird doxing and stuff and the shit talk and like bringing drama into the server. And what we were left with was people who just speedrun Battle for Bikini Bottom anyway, so we said, you know what, fuck it, we're just gonna make this the BFB server. Like, and dissociate from these people entirely. And then they went and made their own server, the movie server. Like, you literally look at the history of it, like, there's literally a spike in submitted runs for the movie game in like January or February of 2018, which is literally just lines up with how many bans we had to issue for all the shit that was going on in the community. It's literally just part of history. The most active that game ever was when we banned like 10 or 15 people from this community. They're literally just like refugees. I don't even want to call them that because the shit they were doing was unacceptable, but yeah, there used to be like a SpongeBob speedrunning server, yeah. Which is now the Battle for Bikini Bottom server. But yeah, I mean, like, we could say all this, but like, we did ultimately dissociate from all that stuff. We were able to at least like salvage the community because we dissociated from all the weird shit that was going on. But yeah. Yeah, I interact with Glitchy and Maj and Phil quite a bit, yeah. And like I've talked to ZFG in person, but like we're like pretty like, you know, more like acquaintances. Like, I don't think we really like, I don't know. We're neutral, I guess, like acquaintances. I've never reached out to him for anything. He's never reached out to me for anything. But like we get along, I guess. You know what I mean? Yeah, Phil is like totally content pilled now. I don't mean that in like a mean way, but like he's definitely. I'm sure he would disagree with me focusing on speedrunning all the same. Like, we get along. We're good friends as far as like the internet goes. We've met in person and all that. But he's very focused on optimizing his channel for maximizing like viewership and stuff like that. He also just doesn't even enjoy speedrunning anymore as well. So I don't see him ever coming back to it personally. Like, something would like really have to come over him. Yeah, we can agree to disagree on like what we focus our channels on and like our priorities and whatnot. Absolutely, he's a great streamer. I watch his stream all the time. I've been subbed to him for like 100 months or something like that. But yeah, he definitely doesn't have any interest in going back to speedrunning. He's like totally content build now, which again, nothing wrong with that, but yeah, he's a total content guy now. Yeah, it's good content though. Like, I like his stream, I like the challenges he does. Yeah, dude, those streams were popping when he was grinding 100% MM. I mean, it's like, it's for reasons that like people like him are a big reason why speedrunning was so popular. Like Phil, Clint Stevens. Those are two people that come to mind when I think of like ZFG, obviously. ZFG still. I actually don't even know if ZFG still speedruns the game. Like, I know he's like still involved in R&D, but I don't know if he still speedruns. He still runs it? Yeah, what a fucking legend, dude. He'll forever be one of the speedrun goats for sure. That's so cool that he still runs the game. Clint made speedrunning super fucking cool to do, though. Clint had a lot of haters, but he made speedrunning really cool, and he did care about the hobby deep down. I can't forget about Fire Dragon. Like, Prime Fire Dragon was pulling like 1,000 views every day, doing Sunshine, LM, and so forth. And I swear, man, he never would have stopped if it weren't for his hand issues. Like, he never would have stopped doing that if it weren't for his hand issues. He loves speedrunning, too. I really want to help him. I think it's definitely possible that he could come back to playing like he used to, but when you get injured like that, it's hard to get it out of your head. Like, it's hard to like believe that you can get better to the point where you're not gonna have issues anymore. It always feels like you've tried everything. It always feels like you've done everything you possibly could. It's very frustrating and depressing to deal with that. But he loves video games and he loves speedrunning. And if by some grace of God he's able to, you know, play like he used to back in the day, I bet he fucking would, man. I would love to see him do that. Yeah, speedrunning, I mean, like, these guys, these OGs, like, either they've turned to content or they just literally can't do it anymore, whether it's because of, like, life or because of, like, physical reasons. It's a shame, man. Because we need these people to speedrun, man. We need them to speedrun. They made this hobby so likable. Found you the same time as Fi-Fi and Bouncy Boy. Yeah, I mean, Bouncy Boy, I still consider him a friend. We've hung out in person in the past before he moved and all that. I think that Bouncy Boy's big thing that like really got in his way was he really didn't like that he was no longer the best Sunshine player when Nindide was starting to get really good. And he was definitely not alone in that regard. He was definitely not alone. A lot of people who were popular streamers and like high on the leaderboards were not happy that Nindide was kind of just like smoking everybody because he was outside of the friend group. And you know, like, with all due respect, he was a little off in terms of his personality. He's kind of like me, where he gets mad at the game and shit. You know, he's just like a dude who speedruns, you know, he's just a guy. He wasn't putting on any like persona or anything like that. He was just a grinder. And a lot of people were like turned off by that in that group because like he wasn't like part of their group, and he got really fucking good, and he basically just exposed the community for like the game not being as optimized as they thought it was. And I think that deep down, a lot of these guys did have respect for him, but they definitely didn't act like it at the time, because it's easy to be jealous of somebody when they had the dedication and motivation to get that good. Like, Nindide is still the greatest of all time for that game. I still believe that, like, if it weren't for his hand issues, he'd fucking Again, like Inkstar, Tobo. Even like I don't want to like again like Guy deserves respect for being as good as he was, but you know he is. Turns out, not a great person, but these guys definitely deserve. Ouija especially as well. They all deserve consideration, but like Nindide is just like he's one of the greatest speedrunners of all time with like the little time he was able to play for sure. But yeah, I think that like a lot of people in the Sunshine community, not just Bouncy Boy, kind of like burned out because they realized there was no touching that guy. I think that game had a dark age just because Nindide was so fucking good and he couldn't play anymore and nobody could touch his record. It's never quite recovered since then. Oh yeah, dude. I mean, like, Nindide is like there are a few people that you can just like. He's like Suiji, right? Like, he's literally just born to play the game. I mean that's just me like projecting. I think that Suiji will prove himself to be like. I still think it's a little early for him. I think that, like, it was overdue for a long time. I think that the Mario 64 community low-key has been content-pilled way longer than people want to admit. I think that their reaction to carpetless, like, not wanting to do it in runs and so forth. I think that we have, like, if we have yet to see, like Christ's return, like how Dide was like Christ's return for Sunshine, right? If it's not Suiji, I wouldn't be surprised if he's coming soon. I think that 64 has been content pilled for a very long time. Like, a lot of those guys weren't willing to do IL strats and runs. They weren't willing to push the game beyond, like, the consistent strats that their buddies were doing to get records. Somebody gets a record, they take a year off from the game. Yeah, because Ouija's based, and I'll get on that in a second, but, like, I think that Suiji is the first person I've seen in a long time who's actually willing to grind ILs and get IL records and put them together into a run. The way he does. Like, he actually does take the hobby seriously. And you can tell, like, the way that he talks and the way he acts, like, he's not doing it for the attention. He's not doing it because he wants to prove anything. He literally just likes the game and he wants to get better at it. And that is going to, again, like, if it hasn't been proven already by people like Nindide, people like myself with their own games, proving that, like, competition and speedrunning is literally just a fucking hoax, and it's all about, like, if one person is dedicated enough, they can destroy an entire game every single time. And I've been saying this for years, and, like, now that, like, it's kind of finally happening with 64, that's literally just, like, more proof that I'm right about that. That, like, speedrun competition is, like, a flimsy way to motivate yourself when, like, you need to have better motivation than that. The best players of all these games are motivated by something other than proving they're better than you. Every single time. Every single time, it's always that way. And that trails back to the Salt thing, like, if Salt weren't presenting speedrunning in a way where it's like people trying to beat each other and shit, like, Abney's not fucking thinking about who's fucking beating him. He's been speedrunning the game for 10 years. He's doing it because he fucking loves it, you know? And that love is always gonna encourage you to play far greater than just, like, trying to prove you're better than somebody or prove yourself. It's like, maybe that can be one factor, but it's not, like, the people who are playing Mario 64 and they can't compete with the guy who just purely has love for the game, they're just burning out of the game. You're seeing it in real time. It's also exposing how, like, non-competitive speedrunning, like, truly is, man. Like, none of these games are optimized. They all have a long fucking way to go. It's never too late to get into it, even if some of these history videos present these games like these people are just superhuman, genetically modified to play these games. None of that's true. It's never too late to get into any of these games. Any one person can leaderboard sweep if they put in the time. There's just so much rhetoric about, like, 16 stars a stupid category, 1 star is a stupid category, like 120 star is a different beast. Like, there's just so much, like, sub-community elitism going on in that community, and, like, obsessing over who has the world record so much that they can't, like, invest time in harder strats, you know? Like, you literally saw that play out in real time with the carpetless shit. Like, everybody was like, carpetless is so stupid, nobody's ever gonna do it, don't even consider it, stop, I don't want to do it myself. Like, that, like, when that's the attitude, when the chips are down, and you gotta really, like, how competitive can the game be if the best players have that mentality? That's the reason why, like, there are new players that are just sweeping the boards now, because, like, they're actually willing to do hard strats. I mean, it's the same thing that happened with this game. Like, so many people dipped when the lag clips got added. So many people dipped when the LCBs got added. Like, you see who the real players are who want to stick with the game when, like, the really hard shit gets added, and that it doesn't deter them away from the game. It just motivates them to play more. So, like, yeah, we may be entering an era where, like, Mario 64 is not going to be as popular to speedrun down, like, 3-4 years down the line, because the records are going to get more scarce, and there are going to be a few, like of these, like, super players, so to speak, who are just, like, they dedicate their life to the game, and they're the only ones who can get the record. But that's just, like, the natural course of every speedrunning game. It's just that some games reach that course faster than others. Exactly, dude. You literally see it in real time. Like, the people who were just in it because they liked, like, being at the top, they just all fall off the game. And, like there's never been... It's interesting that that never happened with this game, because, like, I recognized this really early with Sunshine, that, like, that community was so, like, world record pilled that they would not play the game because Nindide was so good. And I saw that happen and play out, and I'm like, if I try to, like, grow a community that's obsessed with the world record, like, and I want to, like, be this good at the game, for my own sake, nobody's gonna play the fucking game. Like, nobody's gonna want to speedrun this game if they see, like, SHiFT's had the world record for 8 years, right? You know what I mean? Like, if we build the community on the foundation that the world record is the most important thing in the world, like, nobody's gonna fucking play the game. And if it doesn't reach that point, like, when I'm playing, if it hadn't reached that point when I'm playing, like, it surely would have reached at some point anyway. It's just a bad mentality to, like, to get people into, thinking that they can't play because they don't have a shot at world record. And it's not even like people do it intentionally, but the obsession over world record is, like, it's eventually going to kill your community, because eventually you're not going to be able to get them. Even the best players are going to take years to get them at some point. I guess that's where LTAs come in, but, like, let's be real though, like, it's still just going to be, like, the best players win anyway, and LTA is not the same as seeing a world record, you know. You gotta really focus on individual accomplishments. The leaderboards are a collection of individual accomplishments and hours put into a game by a large group of people. Like, it's impressive to see that many people have beaten this game in under an hour, you know. It's impressive to see that many people have beaten the game under 50 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I keep track of that stuff mentally, but, like, I don't know. I feel like if I were gratifying myself for getting something that's not an objective improvement, subconsciously, I would start to be, like, okay with losing runs. You know what I mean? That's a big reason why I'm not a fan of no reset runs, because when you're in the game, like doing this strat on an actual pace is different than doing it in practice or in a dead run. Like, they're all, those three things are all different. I feel like it encourages seeing good runs out, but you can just do that, like, you can do that because you know that you're gonna get better by doing it. You don't have to do it because you're trying to, like, achieve a run, you know? Like, when you conflate achievement with failure, it just becomes, like, it's like a, I don't know, it just gets you into the mindset that, like, failure is okay. And I think that you get to the point where it's, yeah, let's go not Yankees, fuck the Yankees, but anyway. I think it gets you into the mindset where you start to accept things when you like. I really believe that like even with these frame perfect like 60 FPS strats, like sometimes you have a moment where it just clicks and it's like it's life or death whether you mess it up. And I feel like you're robbing yourself of that if you tell yourself like, oh, close is okay, you know, like it's never okay, either you get it or you don't. Yeah, it's only acceptable if it's better. And enjoy the improvement, enjoy the progress, but you have to, the goal is always to do better, you know. Even if it's just doing better than the previous day, you gotta try to keep setting your sights higher, or you're just gonna, if you're not constantly moving, you're just falling behind. That's just the way the world works. The world keeps turning. This inflation in a nutshell too. Like, if your money's not making money, you're losing value. $1 today is worth less tomorrow. Even if it's by some insane fraction of a value that you can't even perceive. A year from now you'll see it. You know. 5 years from now you'll feel it. 10 years from now you're fucked, you know. In my lifetime, there are going to be a lot of millionaires, but $1 million is not going to mean... $1 million doesn't mean what it meant 20 years ago now, you know? I'm doing okay. Do you think I can start speedrunning at 24, 25? I mean, I'm 28-ish, and I'm not going to be, you know... Like, by the end of the year, I'll be 28. If I'm not already. We will never know, but yeah, I have a birthday every day, so it's tough to tell. I mean, let's be careful not to get clipped out of context here, to be very specific about what we're saying here. I don't think... You know where I'm going, like people are gonna fucking try to make me look like a fucking, like, you know what I mean? If you, whether you're like 17, 13, 11, I know people who started speedrunning when they were 11 years old, like Ouija's fucking was like 11 years old or something like that. I don't think that age matters for speedrunning. It matters, like, how well you take care of yourself matters. You can have people who are like fucked up in like their late teens, like wrist issues and shit because they don't take care of themselves. You can have people in their 30s like Lunar Jump who still speedruns. Like Lunar's in like his mid 30s or something, he's still speedrunning 64. Yeah, I just don't want to say, you know, like if you say age doesn't matter and people clip it and add context to it, yeah, you're gonna be fucking... Yeah, we're talking about, like, if it's too old to start speedrunning. I've been clipped out of context too many times. Yeah, like, it's never too late to learn an instrument, it's never too late to speedrun. Well, you're not going to play as well as you did in your 20s and your 30s for sure, but that doesn't mean you can't do it. I think I'm sharper than I've ever been. Like, at this age, like in my late 20s, I feel like I'm sharper than I've ever been with speedrunning. Like, I have some days where I wake up and my hands are arthritic, but that goes away, you know? Like, over time, it'll probably get worse, but it's not stopping me from playing. There are piano players who deal with arthritis into their, like, 60s and they still play. Yeah, no problem, thanks. I think that, like, as far as age goes, like, time is the thing that comes with age. Like, as you get older, you have more responsibilities. And those responsibilities compound, and the more responsibilities you have, the harder it is to speedrun, which is why, like, this is a big reason why when I was 19, I made a point to try and build a stream around speedrunning so I could make it my job, and therefore, like, the age thing would be less of a factor, you know? Because I'm like, holy shit, like, I'm really fucking good at this, like, this is a game that I feel like I was, like, genetically engineered to play. And, like, I know it's a great game, I know it's gonna be around for a long time. It's gonna have its audience, people are gonna love it. But how do I make it so I can just never stop playing it? How can I give myself the longest runway possible to play this game for as many years as I want until I want to stop? And the only answer is building a stream. Or just winning the lottery, I guess, I don't know. And winning the lottery is, like, not a realistic path. You're more likely to build a stream than win the lottery, I think. You have more control over the stream, that's for sure. And, you know, you can gain experience and learn how to do it. Yeah, that was the whole thing, is like, I realized at a very young age that, like, there'd be a time when I couldn't play anymore if I had to end up, like, working for somebody or, you know. So the solution is work for yourself, and the thing that you're working for yourself doing is speedrunning. But once you go into that, there's no going back, because now you're, like, locked in, you know. Like, I could definitely transition to variety if I wanted to, but it'd be a very painful transition. It'd probably be easy at first, but hard long term. Because I do definitely benefit from having the reputation of being the guy who does this, you know. After a while that fades and you're entirely riding off of your own, like, entertainment. Like, if you become old and unrelatable, like, you have a much shorter shelf life than if you're doing something like this. Like, you don't have to relate to me as far as my personality and like my age goes. You don't have to relate to me because, like, I'm offering something with substance, you know. I'm not just, like, cracking jokes and, like, reacting to stuff. My shelf life is inherently longer as long as I'm able to still play the game, as long as my hands can still play the game. Anyway, I really want to focus on getting this practice done. My big things were, like, keep the game alive, keep the record improving, and keep yourself playing it for as long as possible. So, like, trying to lead the community for this game, balancing those three things. It's tough, but yeah. Doable, but tough. Need to look away. I'm sucking big time. $16 notifications, maybe people are mad. Everybody hates the Yankees. That's awesome. Everybody hates the Yankees. It is with great pleasure that I announce the New York Yankees have lost the World Series. So good. Yo, what's up? Thanks, man.
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Yeah, thanks. I yapped so much today. I think I got my yapping fill. Nah, we're not gonna be done with practice for a while, probably. Yeah, have a good night. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, I appreciate that. I like that I had that effect on some people, was like it makes you want to like really master stuff. Yeah. I mean, like, the thing is, this game is really fucking brutal, because you miss something by 1/60th of a second, you lose your whole run, so... You need to have, like, this, like, transcending confidence that you're going to get these like almost impossible tricks, which is very hard to like convince yourself that it's gonna happen. You know what I mean? It's actually a crazy game. I really try not to think of it that way. Yeah, the skewing shit's crazy. That was really cool. You're doing like the end of the game, like before the blackout. I played the game a couple of times. I know a little bit about the run, so I was not clueless when I watched your stuff. Like I know a little bit about it. Like I know how R pumping works. I know like the hidden mansion thing. It's like skips the tutorial and the vacuum's faster and all that. I think the boos actually have more health too, right? Actually, I don't think that's right. I think that's only on the PAL version or something like that. Yeah, I know a little bit about it. I mean, I used to watch Jared and HD play the game like many years ago. Back when it was like a 57 or something. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, the skewing is super cool. Just anything that minimizes like the walking. The game's always kind of looked like good casual play, kind of like Sunshine. But the clipping is sick. That's like a weird thing that catches your attention. This game is much more glitch heavy. Spend a lot of time practicing glitches. This has got to be one of the most glitch heavy platformers. This might even be the most, honestly. Most platformers are just like glorified casual. That's crazy. I remember Malio's tests. Malio's 100% tests. Watched that back in the day. There. No out of bounds tests. I mean, it wasn't. I don't think it was 100%. It was no out of bounds. Oh wow. Well, yeah, cause like that's just his game though. Like PTYD is his game. That'd be sick.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
I thought the 6-piece stuff was crazy. Like I'd never seen that before. Yeah, that game seems so optimized now. You guys just get every boo in every room like almost instantly. Or the portrait ghosts, I mean, not the boos. Yeah, it's super cool. Right, because you guys one-cycle King Boo. That's been around for a really long time. Chauncey's a one-cycle now. The one outside of the boo outside of Toy Soldiers is still a 2-cycle, I believe, yeah, because it's like 300 HP, but...
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Yeah. It's like pretty fucking optimized. Right. Yeah, because you get the cloth at like 150. And then I guess... What skips the text? In the 100% test? Like what even like skips the text? Is it also the cloth? I guess the same cloth. Yo, what's up? Oh, that makes a lot of sense, yeah. I was thinking you need the cloth like twice because you have to reset the R pump when it gets down to 150, and then you have to use the cloth again later. That's what I was thinking. Which one is sitting room? Oh, the skewing thing. Like when you skew off the mouse and then you like clip into the area 4 thing, right? Yeah. Yeah, it seems pretty cancer. It's gonna be interesting. Are most people doing that in the LTA? Like, we're gonna be able to like see a lot of people go for that. Dude, there's nothing that feels better than like getting your first, like even if it isn't like, if the end of the run isn't even as good as you you wanted it to be, like getting your best pace ever, and then like if at some point in your run you had your best pace ever, like even if it's not the run that you wanted, because it's like, oh, okay, well, like this is still like look at the improvement, you know, like how much I'm gonna improve. That's how I feel about my current run. So like, it was my best pace ever out of tankerless and graveyard, but it wasn't a 40, but it was still nice that like the run that I got past tankerless on 40 pace still made it to the end, you know. It's like a good cope, you know what I mean? Yeah, I assume that most people are going to be doing it because it saves so much time. So, how is this gonna work? Like, are the commentators cycling in and out, or like, are we just gonna be on the mic for like 12 straight hours? Like, how's that work? I've never done one of these. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, just let me know like what 3 hours I'd be commentating and I'll be there. Because, like, what, it's a weekday? I want to try to beat the traffic. It starts at 11. Yeah, that works. That works pretty well. And I assume that you wanna have like I think it makes sense to have like people who run the game, like wrap it up. You probably wouldn't want to have me in the final slot. I'd be down for the second to final slot. I think that'd work pretty well, because like I get my guys in to like see like the part that like leads into the end of it, you know, and maybe they'll stick around to see who wins. Yeah, not the final few hours, but the one before that would probably work really well. Because my viewers will probably be like awake later in the day. Yeah, exactly. Like somebody who can like, yeah, cover those bases. And if nobody's doing it, I'm still down to bring Fi-Fi on as like a call. But I know you guys would prefer to have somebody there in person. Dude, that'd be fucking elite commentary, myself and Fi-Fi talking about LM. That'd go insanely hard, dude. Really, I talked to Milo and he said the opposite, so I don't know. That's weird. Who'd you ask? Did you ask Milo?
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
I'll ask Milo. I'll tell him again. If we could do that though, would you be down for that? Like myself and Fi-Fi commentating? That'd be insane. It sucks that you couldn't go in person, but like maybe someday he will. Exactly, yeah. Like I just want to make sure that like he didn't change his mind or anything. Like just touch base with him again. That'd be so fucking sick though. The two of us commentating LM. Be crazy. Is he up to date on all? Like, would he be a good person to like? Is he up to date on how everything works? Like all the new stuff, like the skewing and shit. I guess he can be like brought up to date, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, he'll be able to learn that shit in like 10 seconds, like how it works, yeah. That's crazy though. Like, I was just watching a clip of when Jared was like going through the game with me when I was playing casually like 3 years ago or something. And I know that room that you guys clip into because it's the one where I'm like, he's like, okay, you only got one more boo. And then I walk out the door without getting it and he's like, you forgot the boo. Just walk straight out the door. That's how I knew it was at the end of the game, because I remember that happening. Yeah, that was a really long... I played that game last year as well. I don't know if you knew this, but I actually did play through like 3 areas last year. It was a subathon game, like somebody voted on it. It's a fun game though. It's like a very relaxing game to play. I'm sure when you're speedrunning it's not like that, but yeah. That was with the fucking... Oh my god, dude, the clip of the fucking tutorial. If you know, you know. Press the R trigger to suck out the ghosts. Yeah, exactly. I didn't know the thing about the decoy though, like the bump on the table. I didn't know about that. Like how like it's always in a set spot when you enter the room. So if you hear him move and there's a decoy, he'll never be under the decoy, so you know where he is. I didn't know about that. That's a really cool strat though. There's something about, like, I mean, like, LM used to be really, really popular to speedrun, like, before I was even a speedrunner. I missed that whole thing, but I think there's, like, something about, like, these games that require, like, the majority of the game is, like, good decision-making. Like, stuff like that has, like, such great potential to become popular. Like, obviously, like, Forbidden Memories and Minecraft are extreme examples, but, like, games like that, I feel like they always have, like, a good shot at becoming popular. Because, like, it's, like, satisfying. Like, most people can, like, most people aren't going to be able to, like, experience, like, frame-perfect glitches and the satisfaction that, like, comes from them, but most people are gonna be able to like feel the rush of like, oh good, I knew what to do in this situation, if that makes sense. Like it's more relatable. It's more accessible to get into. It does seem fun. It seems fun, like just like going into a room, not knowing where everything is, and like decision making. But it's like much more tame than like Minecraft, for example. But and there's also like technical skill with the R pumping and all that, like setting things up, setting up the R pumps so you can like use the cloth and shit like that. Dude, I've been sitting here for 2 hours trying to fucking... Okay, come on. This game got its time though, and so did that game too. Like, to be fair, man, like, both of these games had their time in the spotlight at some point, you know? I think that speedrunning in general is slept on right now. I think that, like, in general, like, there are a lot of really good games that got slept on. This game is just way too fucking hard now. Like, it's just not appealing to most people. Like, most people just want to watch at this point, I think. That's at least what Jared said when he ran the game again like a few years ago. He's like, I just kind of want to watch now. It's gotten too difficult. Which is like, still valid. But like, that was 3 years ago. And like, the stuff that we were doing 3 years ago is like... I mean, I'll tell you what, this wasn't a thing 3 years ago, that's for sure. I spent like fucking hours a day practicing these stupid things. Yeah, 2014, 2015. Yeah, dragging the booze so you can like keep them away from the door and like set up the cloth and stuff like that, yeah. Yeah, it's just like a very straightforward game. I think that a lot of games like that, like Sunshine, I mean like Sunshine for what it is pretty straightforward. 64 has always been straightforward. I mean like you had like those kinds of games, and then like OT is just like fucking... Like, you don't even know what the fuck is happening in that game when you watch it. It's just so crazy. I like this game because it's like right in the middle. Like there's a lot of this game that looks straightforward, but there's a lot that's just like complicated and goes over your head. It's got like a little bit of everything. Yeah, it's also just like way too hard now. This game had its time to shine when it was like literally normal cruise boosting against the box, and like that was more or less it. Like SBA was like the big thing you would do, and you would cruise boost after that. Like everybody could just play the game, but like sure you could still play the game like without these things, but it's kind of hard to relate to the streamer when you're doing very different strats than what you're watching, and it takes like half a decade to get good at those strats. Like get to the point where like those strats are like meaningful to add into your run. Yeah, OT is a fucking 3-minute run now. Yeah, this game started to kind of go downhill last year, I think. 2022 actually. 2022 is when I started to notice people were less interested in the game. That was a big reason why I started doing subathons, because I knew like, okay, like, gotta do something now, because I don't know where this will be like 2 years from now. If I want to like build a good foundation to like continue streaming full time, I gotta like do other things too. Like I was already doing other things occasionally, but I mean like really like making a lot of noise. With something had to be done to like bring people back to the stream. I was sitting on movie for a really long time. I was like, someday movie's gonna be my get out of jail free card. Like the Hail Mary toss, you know? So yeah, we did that. But yeah. I think this community's been fairly steady. We still find a lot of strats. I mean, like, 2023 was, like, the biggest year for strat hunting since 2019. So we still find a lot of shit, but... Yeah, it's probably never going to be as big as it used to be. That's okay, though. Sub 40. Yeah, someday, definitely. Yeah, we did Incredibles. I mean, I think I've proven at this point I could do, like, all that stuff if I wanted to, but, like, I don't get a lot of fulfillment out of playing games like that. Like, fucking around, you know? We've gotten like maybe 9 seconds of stuff this year, which is still pretty good, but yeah, not a lot of big things recently. The biggest thing found in the last year was Museumless, which wasn't even this year, it was in December of last year. Museumless was like 15 seconds or something like that. That was really big.
Yeah.
Tarnation, thanks for 7 months. Welcome back. I still haven't popped the movie speedrunning cherry though. Like,
Congratulations. You
yo,
won.
Frank, thanks for the gift, man. That really is like another potential like re-engage my audience option there. Fucking speedrun movie. I don't know how big of a deal that would be now that we did the no-hit, but it wouldn't get much attention outside of my own audience, that's for sure. I'd probably be better off just like picking a game that a lot of people play and getting good at that. If I really had to, if there was like no escape, you know. But we're steady. I don't think I'll have to stop playing this game, like ever probably, unless I want to for some reason.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Fortnite. Yeah, I thought about that, like what would the second game be, and like I thought it would be Sunshine for a while, but then I played Patrick Star game and I realized I fucking hate RNG mechanics. I could never speedrun a game seriously that has that kind of RNG. Like the fucking like water going in random spots. So I don't know, like 64 seems really consistent and skill based, but I'm just not very passionate about it. I'm kind of meh about that game. I don't know, man. I'm very, like, picky. Yeah, Sunshine is fucked. Yeah, exactly. Nothing but respect for those guys, but that game is fucked. Yeah, I don't know, man. Most games are just like, you know, like you do movement and you clip through walls. Like there's not a lot more going on for a lot of games like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm more into 3D platformers, not like RPG games. I like 3D platformers. I would have probably only speedrun those kinds of games. Now that I've speedrun a game on keyboard and mouse, I guess that Harry Potter's an option though. You know, like, those games could actually be an option. I like the first one, it's a cool run. A lot of downtime, that doesn't bother me, I don't care about downtime. Yeah, that game is like, it's so like, I don't know how they do it. And you know, they probably say the same thing about the fucking 1 frames, but like honestly man, like I'd rather deal with this shit than deal with RNG, I'm not gonna lie. My own preference. Yeah, that's so fucking bullshit. That's the one with the heart, right? Like when they're dancing and the heart has to show. Dude, 8 years ago I used to watch Jared get so fucking mad at that. It seemed like fucking rage over the earlier release. I think I put that in the history videos for bfbb. Just him missing earlier release is just like a clip in the fucking SpongeBob. It's literally just random. A lifetime of experience in casino gambling. Yeah, no, like literally, like, dude, every single game has that fucking shit with something, dude. Like, there's like one aspect of the game that you just, that's all you do is just that. Like, this game is literally just a one-frame simulator now. You literally just go like one frame to one frame, like if you don't get it, you reset, and that's it. Like, that's like literally all this game is now. When everything else is just so consistent that the only thing you can do is reset to 1 frames. It's so bad. Yeah, 11 years is crazy. Do you remember Average Trey's 120 shines run when he got like 12 extra cycles on King Boo? I think I saw that run live. I was like, my mind was just blown how fucking bullshit that game is. Yes, dude. And it's 120 too. Like, he was like 3 hours into a run or something, right? Oh my god, man. See, like, I had a moment like that in this game. If I don't know if you know, like, too much about 100% in this game, but there's a TV in Shady Shoals where, like, if you hit it, there's a 1/10 chance that it gives you the... It gives you the sock. And, like, when you hit it, you can, like, move in and out. You can, like, weave in and out to do more than one hit at once. So, there was one time it literally took me 13 times.
Yeah.
It took me 13 times, and like, you're hitting it more than once. So you're rolling that like 20 to 30 times, like straight up. Like, I probably like hit the TV, like physically hit the TV like 30 times, and it still didn't give it to me. It was like, what are the odds, like rolling a 1/10 chance like almost 30 times and still not getting it? Fucking game. Like, it's like Dampe, dude, but you lose like half a second for it, so it's not a big deal. Hey, Mud Kips, thanks for the 25 months, man. Appreciate you. And like, when I speedrun the Patrick Star game, I was like, whatever, like, I'm not gonna be like taking this too seriously. I was getting so fucking mad at that game, dude. I was like, I'm not gonna lie, that was a more frustrating game to speedrun than this. Like, straight up. I'm not even joking. For the week that I played that game, like, just based off of that 1 week, I guess. I don't know, I've really been in despair over playing this game a lot. That's definitely the most frustrated I've ever been in a game that was, like, not, like not optimized, though, that's for sure. This game just brings you fucking despair, man. I've been through hell playing this game. I can't compare. Yeah, those... You were seeing, like... Dude, like, literally... You got the box and the water gun. And, like, sometimes, like, anything you do that involves picking things up... The game is so inconsistent, you sometimes get launched across the whole map. Like, and, like, shit just flies around, it's just, like... That game was so fucking stupid, man. Yeah, I don't even understand, like, how that game is like that. Yeah, see, that's the thing about the Patrick Star shit is, like... Your movement's RNG. Like, at any point in time, you can just fall out of the sky with that box. And you're not even guaranteed to get the box, like, the thing, like, stuck back in. Like, imagine, like, SBA, but it's your movement. Like, the whole game, SBA is running in the background. If it ever falls out, you just start fucking falling and dying. Fuck that game. It's a cool speedrun, though. Yup, yeah, exactly. Also, you had the pop-ups in your fucking face the whole time. Yeah, that was a rage game. That was 1000%. I mean, like, you're also just playing a stupid fucking game too, right? Like, oh my god. The swing set. It's like reset to the swing set, reset to movement RNG, and sometimes your run dies because, like, the collision on the strength test thing just doesn't work. And sometimes your water gun just gets slingshotted across the whole map. Dude, like, that was actually, like, fucking horrible to play. I was engaged, though, like, I'm not gonna lie. When I was on pace in that game, I was getting a rush. Like, I was fighting for my life to keep those runs. You never know when you're just gonna start falling. Yeah, that was crazy. Interesting game. Yeah, everybody I know who still runs the game is like, they all say it fucking makes them rage and shit because it's just so fucking random. I mean, the collision has a mind of its own too. Yeah, see, that's the thing though, is like, I was locked in, but I didn't have nerves. It was a weird thing where it's like, I know the game's easy, so like, there's nothing I can do about it, you know? Like, I think the nerves come from like, I have to perform, but you just like, it's hard to explain how it felt. It didn't feel like nerves, it felt more just like you're locked in, you know, like you're just keeping an eye out for like whether you're gonna fall or not. The feel of like knowing you can lose your run at any time felt really shitty though. It was definitely a big relief though. Like the relief of like getting to fry cook games. Like having the 3 minutes of doing nothing, just like knowing you're gonna get it is like pretty nice. I like that. But yeah, they're doing magnet strats in that now. I don't know if you saw that on Twitter. The fucking magnet BLJ. They're doing that now. It saves like 30 seconds or something. Yeah, that game is cooked. See, that's the thing with the Mario Party is like, if you're taking that seriously, you're actually just like, you're gonna hate yourself. The lights, camera, pants thing, I would do that like once a year, just to make sure I could always improve it and like not have to reset, you know. Yeah, see, like, that's, yeah, exactly. Like, you know you're in the clear, you know you got it. This game is not like that at all, though. Like, this game, you're truly not safe until you hit the final fuse. Like, even, like, the bowling shot can, like, miss the fuse. Because we do that, like, weird, like, hand clip now. This is a game where it's literally not over until the thing is like, it's over. Like down to the final frame and you don't even know if you're gonna get it. Like I'm preparing to like back it up if I miss the fuse. Even before it was like, you grab the ledge and you knew you were gonna get it, but now you really just don't even know. This game was like that in the past, though. Like most times when you got the robo sponge skip, you knew you were gonna get it. Like when you used to actually use the cruise bubble to hit the fuses. Like the not the casual. It wasn't casual, but like it's like you knew you were getting it though. You know what I mean? It wasn't casual, but you knew you were getting it because like when you skip the game like that, you despawn roboplankton so you can just hit the fuses for free. Yeah, that's like a definitely. You gotta get like a full speed cruise boost to make that jump and hit the very edge of the trampoline. But yeah, even after you get that, like the clips are just inconsistent and it's just a nightmare. Yup, yeah, it was guaranteed. Yeah, exactly. It was just a celebration once you got there, like you already knew you were getting it. Yeah, going out of bounds in the brain is like made the run like so much more risky. Yeah, that was the only way, yep. I mean, we knew how to get inside the brain. But we didn't have the strat, you know? Like, there was a way to finish the game out of bounds, but, like... It wasn't fast, so we just didn't do it in runs. It was just like a showcase thing. Like, I did it at, like, at a marathon, like, 7 years ago. Snap is like... Snap is one of those runners that people accuse of cheating because he was so good at the game. Like people like lowkey thought he was cheating because of how good he was. Yeah, what's up? And still is, I guess. I mean... He's been speedrunning that game fucking like 11 years as well, right? Dude, I've heard all the fucking stories. The misadventures of Snap 32. Interesting character. Dude, he even got dealt a shit hand in this community with the fucking... The Xbox that he got. Where, like, people thought he was cheating because, like, his loads were faster and he was, like, being, like, weird about it. Like, he wasn't... He was, like, bragging about, like, his pineapple split without, like, saying, like, oh, I have fast loads. It was, like, a weird situation. I think I remember the Strawberry Island thing. I think I remember. If you reminded me what that is, I probably remember it. I would like to do runs, but yeah, we might not have that much time. I woke up really late today. But yeah, I would like to do them. I'll probably stream an hour extra. Oh, maybe I didn't even hear about that. I might not know them. I heard about some shit where like Snap was like fucking like he was like convicted of some crime and he was like fucking like running away from home. Like, am I thinking of the same person? I don't know if it was like a fucking hoax or something like that, but like I heard some weird stories. Like some weird stories from that community. So weird. Some like these guys who are like this good at these games are often like they got some weird shit going on like that. It's really fascinating though. What the fuck, dude? That's so crazy. Yeah, what's up, man? So now what? He's like, he's just like he's good now. Like, what's the deal with that? Wow. How many speedrunners do you know who are felons? Like, that's such a rare... Like, speedrunners are so, like, docile. It's so funny. Well, I guess Trump now. Trump beat my record, so he counts. Fucking Trump. I don't know who else would even fucking be on that list. Oh my, yeah, dude, no! Oh my god, I can't believe I didn't even... No, dude. Dude, it's like, it's crazy, man. If Sin had just been a normal fucking person... That's what really destroyed this community, was Sin fucking doing that shit. Like, if it weren't for that, I feel like we'd be fine, man. So much shit went down because Sin fucking did that. And, like, all the rejects who were, like, his, like... He, like, babysit the rejects. He babysat the rejects who were, like, not welcomed here. Or not, like, not welcome, but they were just, like, definitely not fitting in because they were too young. And then, like, when Sin got banned, they had nowhere to go. They had no daycare, so they just started doxing people. And they were mad that Sin got banned. Fucking... It all goes back to Sin, dude. Sin ruined the community. Like, it was... Nothing was the same after that. Dude, like, he fucking, like... When he sent his dick, and he like allegedly sent his dick to a 14-year-old, everybody was like, that's really fucking weird. Like, I think that he eventually got banned for that, but like at first it was just so shocking that nobody did anything. And then the fucking like the charges came out when he was like having sex with some like young girl, and like. He allegedly, like, jumped out the window when his parents, when the girl's parents found him or something. It's all rumors I've heard that he was like hiding in the closet, and then when they found him, he like jumped out the window and they fucking arrested him. Oh my god, dude. fucking Pencil Dave, man. Yeah, right? Like, I think they were already doing it before Sin got banned, honestly, but they were just weird people, but they were at least contained before that happened, minimum. The Sin stuff, that was 2017. That was 7 years ago. What I do remember, though, is that, like, Ringo Tongo, like, saw the evidence that, like Davey showed his cock to that girl, right? And he was very vocal about, like, Sin being banned from the community. And all those kids who watched Sin just fucking harassed him and attacked him over and tried to get him to leave the internet. Because he came out with all that information about Sin. But eventually, when Sin actually, like, literally got arrested for doing the same thing to some other girl, like, he was, like, fucking a girl who was underage. Yeah. That's when it became apparent that, like, you know, Sin was never going to play the game again. And he tried streaming the game a year ago. Do you remember this? Like, he came back on some different account. And he fucking tried speedrunning the game on Twitch again. Dude, yeah, like, this community is so fucking cooked, man. Yeah, he had, like, a different name, but, like, you could tell it was him, though. And they still defend him to this day, like, Keys, Gamden, they're like, oh, well, he has a kid now, so he would, like, it's so old, dude. Like, as if him having a kid makes it any better. Like, okay, Dr. Disrespect, there you go. Like, he was still talking to minors, he has a kid. It's even worse, exactly. Like, what kind of fucking logic is that? No, I disagree entirely. I think that SpongeBob games have been on the decline since Rehydrated. Rehydrated was like a return to form, but Cosmic Shake flopped a little bit, and Patrick Star Game really flopped. Yeah, the bar is already at the bottom, you can't go lower. I mean, the fact that, like, a convicted pedophile was, like, the other, like, community leader. Or, like, he became a convicted pedophile, like, after his time, like... I don't remember the timeline, dude, but, man... It's so cooked, dude. Like... Imagine the timeline where, like, I actually did switch to Sunshine full-time, and Sin was still the leader of the community, and, like, nobody, he, like, fucking came out against him for the shit that he was up to. Imagine, like, a convicted pedophile as, like, the ringleader of the SpongeBob community for, like, years and years to come. That's literally the fucking timeline that we were going down if I actually stuck to Sunshine and didn't say, dude, you know what, like, fuck these little fuckers who are just making this community shitty, just ban all of them. This is a big reason why I've waited to make the history videos on the game, because, like, there's stuff like that that's really hard to, like, avoid talking about. And I don't wanna, like, I don't want it to affect anybody who's just a bystander of it. Like, I want it to be so old that nobody cares anymore, basically. But yeah, dude, like, he told that girl, the 14-year-old that he sent it to, He like referred to it as Little Dave. Just gives me fucking shivers down my fucking bones, dude.
Are you ready, kids?
Ugh.
I can hear you.
Little Dave ruined the community, man. Yeah. It's so fucking cooked, man. It's so cooked.
Here we are in.
He's like, yeah, you want to see Little Dave? So cooked, man. Because that was like their streamer, and they were like, I don't know how I can explain this, like, it's like American politics, right? You have like the elite and the counter elite. Like you have like a bottom section of like, you know, like the lower class, middle class, and then like upper class branches off, where it's like you have like people who have like the jobs, and people who like run their own businesses, and then like they have like two separate columns there. Like there are like two separate types of like, there was like the establishment, which is like the SHiFT community, and then there was like the counter establishment, which is like the Sin community. And like Sin and I got along. We didn't dislike each other. We got along. We were actually like friends until that happened, obviously. But like it worked out because like Sin was appealing to like the kinds of people who were not liked in this stream. So they had somewhere to go, and they weren't like fucking trolling and shit. They were just like supporting their streamer. I did the wrong thing. But you know what I mean? Like it was peaceful because like those people had a place to go. If Sin didn't touch kids, we'd be doing fine, dude. It just sucks. Like if Sin turned out to just be a normal dude, like this community would have fucking flourished, man. And we kind of moved past it. We kind of moved past it for a little bit, but then they, like, the Sin viewers, like, came back and fucking ruined everything during Rehydrated when they made the breakaway server and they tried to, like, overtake the community. It's just so fucking cooked, man. It's so cooked. It's all because of Sin. Like high key, it's all because of Sin. Blame him for everything. This is gonna be the greatest story ever told. The Battle for Bikini Bottom documentary. Every fucking... all the crazy shit that's happened in this community. At least like even vaguely alluding to it. It's just gonna go fucking hard, dude. Like 10 straight hours of just like speedrunning, game development, drama. Fucking gonna be insane. All I had to do was just not touch kids and we would have been fine. Like, it's too difficult to ask, I guess.
Oh, say hello to my fellow friend.
But yeah, we never fully recovered from that. Just like the fucking trolling that people do to this community, like the weird like cultist trolling that people do is literally like it all stems back to that. It all stems back to that. Yeah, I don't know. I've thought about how we can even address this, because like it's definitely part of the game's history that this stuff happened. I mean, it all led up to the GDQ ban, which is like a major part of the game's history too. So you can't really ignore that stuff. I think like the Sin stuff has to be talked about to an extent, but we can probably avoid talking about the petty shit that happened like post Rehydrated. I don't think that we have to talk about any of that stuff, but the stuff that led up to the GDQ ban definitely is still relevant because of how fucking cooked this community was. We managed to come back from it, but like It's still hard to escape it, man. Like, bad people surround this shit. I can't believe we ended up talking about sin today, dude. Wild. This comes up. It's fucking 7 years ago. Dude, like, all I had to fucking do was just not do that. Honestly, even like the dick pic, like, we weren't even like totally sure that was legit. Like, we didn't even like know for sure. It was the word of one person against somebody else, and we're like, you know, maybe he didn't do it, maybe he did it. But then he fucking, like, literally we found the police report and we're like, oh shit. Like, so that probably happened too. Like, that was just
Kids? I can't hear you.
wild, dude. I really gotta use the bathroom, but when I come back, we're gonna wrap up. We're gonna wrap up the practice, hopefully, and do some runs at least. Cooked. It's cooked, man. Alright, I'll be right back. We might have like an hour to do runs, something like that. Maybe I'll stay on a little longer. Ugh. Just cause like I slept late, I'll probably be less tired, so like sleep less, you know, that sort of thing.
The graveyard.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
The graveyard.
Bro. Controller's starting to feel better, at least.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
The graveyard.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
The graveyard.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye,
can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
The graveyard. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
The graveyard. Hello to my little bubble friend. Ahoy!
Somewhat new. Somewhat new.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'll probably stay on for a few more hours. Let's see, why not? Weird day.
The graveyard. the graveyard. Hello to my little bubble friend.
What?
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Hello
That's not how it works. You don't
Hello, my little bubble friend.
become able to play the game blindfolded simply by playing it a lot with your eyes opened. Blindfolded runs are specifically practiced for beating the game without being able to see. Like it's not like you just get good at blindfolded by just playing the game like this. Totally different type of playing. Like it's not like blindfolded runners are like specifically like so good at the game they can play it without seeing. They practice specifically playing without seeing, whereas like a speedrunner would practice being able to see. It's all good. Common misconception.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Who lives in a pipe?
Hello, my little bubble friend. SpongeBob, Mission Control, the launch to go. SpongeBob, Mission Control, the launch to go. SpongeBob, Mission Control, the launch to go. SpongeBob, Mission Control, the launch to go.
What the fuck?
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Say hello to my little bubble friend. Bubble holler. Say hello to my little bubble friend. Bubble holler. Bubble holler. SpongeBob, Mission Control, the launch. SpongeBob, Mission Control, the launch to go. Bubble holler. SpongeBob, Mission Control, the launch to go.
So
Say hello to my little bubble friend. SpongeBob, Mission Control, the launch to go.
What?
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
That. What?
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Yo, thank you.
What?
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
What? And here we are, folks, the main event. A gauntlet of ever-increasing ferocity. SpongeBob has an opening, but will he get the drop on the robot? Dose. Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain? Suck it to him, SpongeBob! SpongeBob has an opening, but will he get the drop on the robot? Yikes! Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain? Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
That's the ticket! It looks like SpongeBob has an opportunity here. Dose. Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain? Suck it to him, SpongeBob! There's another opportunity for SpongeBob! Dose! Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain? Suck it to him, SpongeBob! SpongeBob has an opening, but will he get the drop on the robot? Yikes! Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain? Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain? SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
Did you? 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 Did you find? Did you? Did you? Did you? Did you? Did you? Did you find? Did you? Did you? Did you? Did you? Did you? Did you?
Let bubble bowling. Bubble. 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 Bubble, 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 bubble. Bubble, bubble, bubble. Bubble, 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 bubble. Bubble, bubble, bubble. Bubble. Bubble, bubble, bubble. 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 Bubble bowling. Bubble. 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 Bubble bowl. Bubble. 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 Bubble bowl. Bubble. 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 Bubble.
Roll, roll, roll.
Bubble.
Yep. They serve food here, yes, but they don't serve love. Say hello to my fellow friend. They serve food here, yes, but they don't serve love.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Say hello to my fellow friend. Bubble parlor. They serve food here, yes, but they don't serve love. Say hello to my fellow friend.
Stable. Quick and stable. Maybe we can start. I think we can start. Yeah, it's stable. Yeah, it's
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
alright. I'll do runs for a couple of hours.
Well. Yeah.
90 minutes to 2 hours.
Make myself a snack. But there's no time!
Ahoy there!
Hands are cold.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
It's a little late. Weird day, but yeah.
Well.
Thanks for the good luck.
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack. But there's no time!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well. Yeah. I'd make myself a snack. But there's no time! They'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. How?
Well, we just started actually. Just practiced a lot, yapped a lot. Today's weird because I woke up super late, but I'll be back at it later today. Let's play this for a couple more hours.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Next year, definitely.
Downtown.
Probably not this year.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Because we're running out of time. Like, even if I got 40 right now, it would literally have to happen like within the next week, you know? Because we got the subathon in December.
You've just met the Sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push. Kabam! Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
What's...
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom.
Thanks. Thanks, guys. Appreciate having people up at 5 in the morning. I practiced all night. Telling you, man, this is one of the strongest communities on the entire website.
There's another one.
It's really crazy. You guys could be fucking watching anything right now. You could be sleeping. You could be watching Donald Trump on the fucking garbage truck. Whatever crazy developments going on Twitter now. But you're here watching this. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, what's up?
running. Take that!
It'll take years, man. It could take like 4+ years if you're into waiting. You guys will be around no matter what, but yeah. Wow.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well. Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time! They'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow! Ow! Ow! Ouch! Ow! 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 Ouch! Ow!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well. Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time! They'll
Go.
Hey. The We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow! There's nothing like the...
Why are you mashing the wrong button?
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well... Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time! They'll...
Go.
Hey! We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well... Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time! They'll...
Go.
Hey! We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
I'm having sex with you right now, Walter.
Well... Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time! They'll...
Go.
Hey!
Thanks.
Are you you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well. Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time! They'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well. Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time! They'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow! That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh yeah, no, I slept late. I'll be on earlier tomorrow or later today. That's my bad. I'll be on later. Well, I'm staying on later right now. I'll probably stream for like another 90 minutes.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Downtown.
Yeah, the sleep makes a bigger impact on the runs, definitely. I literally can't play this game if I'm tired.
Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running.
It's really bad. Like, it forces me to sleep 8 hours a day, even if I don't have time.
You've just met the Sponginator. Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Get some sleep, man. Don't eat sugary foods. Drink plenty of water. Get some sleep.
Number 1 in the
I'm the opposite. If I eat too much, I lose focus. I eat 1 to 2 meals a day. Like, it'll be like a really big meal or like a 2
Here's another one.
medium-sized meals, I guess. Still get the calories, just, you know. I like the feeling of, you get that, like, fasting focus when you don't eat for a while. Helps me a little bit when I'm speedrunning.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Thank God, dude. I got to make my mean tweet. Made me happy. Yo, thanks, dude. I just the bait. Just like if you see like only the first like 5 or 6 words of the tweet, you think it's gonna be something about like speed running or streaming. It is with great pleasure that I announce the New York Yankees have lost the World Series. It is with great pleasure. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, fuck the Yankees. So first, they're cursed now because they fucking beat us like all those years ago. They'll never win another one. Oh, so you're a fucking Orioles fan? Alright, well. The enemy of my enemy. Something, something, something. Well, thanks for the good luck. Oh, okay. Saved. Yeah, American sports especially, like... Baseball is just statistics, really. Like, most people just talk shit about the teams and know the stats. Baseball has got to be, like, the least watched sport that people talk about. Because most people who are into it, like, don't even watch. Alright, so just fucking... Yep, okay. Fair game, man.
Are you ready, kids? I can't.
You guys have the Blue Jays, I guess. I don't know.
Well. Yeah. I make my
You guys do have a lot of hockey teams, yeah. And it brings great joy to my heart that the New York Yankees have flopped in the World Series.
They'll
Go.
And it was almost a clean sweep too. And they cheated in the one game that they won.
Hey.
Just brings a tear to my eye. They actually did cheat though. The fucking fans tried to steal the ball.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
That's the only way the Yankees could ever win the game, is if they cheat.
Ow.
They spend millions of dollars buying their players and then using them to cheat. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. The little Yankees spending $11 million to cheat. They got that nice stadium and they just cheat in it. They spent millions of dollars building a stadium just to cheat in it. Unreal.
Well. Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
I remember when they built that stadium. Is the old one still up? Like, do they still have the old Yankee Stadium? As like a landmark? Because I remember when the new one was built and everybody was freaking out about that.
They'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
Yeah, I mean, like in sports, like in speedrunning, it's different because you get as many tries as you want. But in sports, like there's that factor of like you may only have this one chance. You know, like when the fucking cheat stros were bumping on the dumper, what's it called? The dumpster. Yeah, so they were bumping on the dumpster at the event to like communicate to the batter what kind of a pitch they were going to throw. Yeah, exactly. The dumpy.
Downtown.
They were bumping the dumpy. Cheaters. Houston, we have a problem.
Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you.
Yep.
You've just met the Sponginator.
Yeah, they got banned from the MLB for a year, right? I feel like a year isn't even long enough.
Are you ready, kids?
Yeah, it's like not even serious, yo. What's up, Absol?
Well. Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no pine.
Yeah, everybody's happy the Yankees lost. Everybody's happy. The Mets fans, the Phillies fans, the Yankees fans, or the Red Sox fans. The Yankees fans are low-key happy they lost.
They'll
Go.
Yankees fans don't even like Yankees fans.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for lolcows. Pow!
That's really late. Maybe I'll be around for it. Actually, I'll probably end up watching it, like... that's late. That's like late enough for me to get stuck in traffic if I go. Like if I wait to watch that, I'll probably get stuck in traffic on the way back. And like realistically, it's all gonna be delayed too. Nice, dude.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
You know,
Welcome.
well, I guess it's not like...
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind, because they don't even decide, they don't even figure it out on the day anymore. I was gonna say on the 6th we're gonna know who the next president is gonna be. Like while I'm doing my run, they're gonna be like tallying the votes and stuff.
They'll
Go up.
hey.
Yup.
Uh,
Yeah, it's gonna be hell.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Yeah, we were just talking about this earlier. Wondering if they were gonna allow Collins for commentary. So I guess the answer is yes then, so yeah. Because I'm gonna do commentary for the Luigi's Mansion run and Fire Dragon. We want to have him on there, like commentating with me. Yeah, exactly, it's remote.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah, they're finding a lot of weird things happening, and it's not just the Democrats doing it, it's also like there's like a Republican guy who like burned a ballot box, and there was a dude, like a Democrat, who was like dropping off a huge box full of ballots somewhere. It's like really weird shit. It's gonna be hell, dude. Like, there's gonna be some shit going on in Philadelphia on election day. Like, shit's gonna get bad.
Downtown.
I would not want to be anywhere near that shit, personally. Because now, like, you have, like, the people who think that, like the election was rigged. They're, like, trying to cheat back.
3 years running.
And there's still shady shit going on. Like, it's just so, like, it's so cooked, dude. Yeah, I'm seeing that all over Twitter. Like, people, like, posting videos of people being, like, sketchy and shit.
You just met the spongebob. Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
There are a lot of hoaxes too, like they're trying to like rile up their fan bases and stuff with like the whiteout hoax. I don't know if you saw that one. There's so many fucking hoaxes going around on Twitter right now.
Scavenger hunt 3 years running. Thank you.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think there's always been weird shit going on. I feel like if you ask anybody who works in government, they'll tell you the government is horrible at doing everything. Like they're just extremely inefficient. Everybody I know who's worked in government will tell you that. They just suck at everything they do, and like the elections are probably no exception to that. It's just that now, because like tensions are so high, people are just really like nitpicking everything.
#1 in the bikini.
Like there's always been weird shit going on. It's just that now people are really looking at it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is why people are just fucking annoyed, right? Like, aside from just election stuff, you know, how many years have people felt like they're not being represented by the government? It's just the uniparty arguing amongst itself, right? Not to get super political, but
There's another one.
it's just all bullshit. Create problems, sell solutions. It's not going to end anytime soon. No matter what, I think that no matter who wins, there's going to be violence. I can't see it avoiding that situation. People are saying that, like, people aren't as passionate this time around about it. I disagree. I think that no matter what happens, people are going to fucking go crazy. I mean, there's like, compared to last time too, like now, like COVID, people like fully lived through COVID and the vaccinations and stuff, and everybody's got their opinions on all that. And the fact that, like, you know, most people aren't doing as well as they were 4 years ago. Like, people are getting really emotional about all this stuff this time around. Yeah, no, like, I mean, at least I can speak for, like, New Jersey. It's very interesting that, like, local elections are always, like, half and half. But we're a deep blue state, like very deep blue state for primary elections. It's interesting. You're gorgeous. What the fuck is this guy's name? Fetal alcohol. Wow. That's definitely a top 3. Up there with Tupac Alive Cuba and Shaquille Oatmeal Benadryl. I'm just SHiFT. There's nothing funny about that. Very serious stuff.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Who
Yeah. I make myself a snack.
Dude, I know people in this chat who say they get banned from other people's chats for their usernames. Like the fucking guy in this chat whose name is Little Cream Squirt. Yeah, thanks, Femi, for the gift.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
The psychos are all online, dude. They're all in the mobs and like online. They're just like, and those mobs are all organized online too. The internet's just so AIDS, so AIDS, dude. These people should just be meeting up and playing Dungeons and Dragons, not fucking lighting shit on fire. Just do nerd shit. It's low-key just nerds who are just, like, itching for some kind of a rush. Like, let's go burn something.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Thank you. That's another reason why I can't stand the internet too. Like, most stuff is in bad faith. Most is in bad faith. It's very hard to pick apart, like, who's virtue signaling and who wants their community to be, like, tidy. Because there are, like, pretty much just two reasons why you do it. Either just, like, clutch your pearls because you want people to feel like, you know, you're a good person, or you're doing it because you don't want, like scum to be around, like, the people that you're interacting with and working with online. Those are, like, the only two reasons why you would, like, react to, like, I wonder how, like, I know, like, the whole, like, garbage comments are, like, fucking circulating everywhere. I was like, okay, so, my whole take on the garbage thing, right? First and foremost, as a baseline, why the fuck would you have an insult comic open up your rally? That is the dumbest fucking idea. Really fucking stupid idea, first of all. But he is a comedian, and the stuff that he says on his show is way worse than the stuff he said at that rally, right? So those are like two things to like establish this. People are saying that Trump was saying that stuff. And like, while it is true, like, sure, like, they probably screamed what he said and said, like, you're allowed to say these things. It doesn't mean that that reflects the campaign, because some asshole was just, like, making, and first off, right, like, the crowd wasn't even laughing, they were booing and they were shocked at it, which is the whole reaction he was trying to get, because, like, the point of shock comedy isn't to get people to laugh, it's to get people to, like, react to it, you know? So, that's the whole thing for that. I still think it's stupid that they fucking allowed that to get done at that rally. I think it's stupid. It undermines the whole thing, but, you know, whatever. So that's for one. And then people pretending like they're offended by it, and of course, like, the media, like, twisting it to, like, get people angry. That's a whole different level to it. But where I started to get, like a little annoyed was when Trump's camp was clutching their pearls at Biden saying that, like, half of Americans are trash, right? When he said that his supporters are trash. That his the only garbage I see floating around is his supporters comment. Like, obviously the media tried to spin that and say it was like a stutter or something, right? But I found it kind of weird when they started acting like they were really offended by it, because the whole thing is like they're trying to appeal to voters who aren't offended by comments like that. So I found that to be a little strange. But then I fucking woke up today to Trump driving around in a garbage truck and fucking Vivek picking up garbage. And I'm like, alright, they saved it. That's actually really fucking funny. That's like better than the McDonald's thing. Exactly. No, they're all just so unethical. Exactly. But like, the garbage thing is so funny that nobody's gonna remember any of this. He's like standing on his stage, like giving his speech in the garbage collection uniform. Legendary. That's funny, man. Like, you can't deny that's fucking hilarious. But yeah, I get frustrated at that shit too, because like politics is basically just a spectator sport to me. It doesn't impact me whoever wins. Let's be honest, it impacts a lot of other people more than it impacts me. But it does get very frustrating when like, because they both do it, dude. And like, especially like the conservatives, like when they say like, oh yeah, people can't take a joke anymore, people get so offended by everything, and then they get offended by shit. Nah, it's just annoying. Yeah, I mean, the context of that quote was saying that Detroit has become shitty and he wants to fix it. Which, I think the people at that rally were agreeing with him on that. But of course the media is going to take the comment and spin it. And, I don't know, you couldn't get more clear than what Joe Biden was saying when he said that the only garbage I see floating around is his supporters. Which, like, first off, the guy who was saying all that shit was just a comedian, not even affiliated with the campaign, and the crowd that was there for Trump didn't even like the jokes. Like, there was not a good reaction coming from the crowd who was there watching, so it just comes off as really out of touch. And then plus, like, on the whole McDonald's thing, like people saying like, oh, it's gonna be so funny when Trump is working at McDonald's when he loses the election. Like, just the comments like that are out of touch. Like these people just don't get it. They don't understand, like, making fun of people who do jobs like that, like working at McDonald's, you know, working a garbage truck, being a janitor, whatever it may be. Like that's just the kind of stuff that you hear like in like a very like privileged neighborhood, like the kind that I grew up when I was growing up, like a middle class neighborhood. People just try to dunk on like McDonald's workers and stuff. Like, if you don't study for the SAT, you're gonna work at McDonald's. How many fucking times you hear that if you're growing up in some fucking suburbia, right? That kind of stuff is like, once you grow up, you realize like how fucking lame it is to talk like that. But there's so much of that on Twitter where it's like, dude, this is gonna age perfectly when Trump is not the president and he's working at McDonald's. Like, I feel like you don't get the point. Like, most people relate to that, and like, if you don't relate to it, you're just kind of showing that you're out of touch. So it does get really annoying when they both seem like, again, like, both sidesing is also annoying as well, but as an individual spectator to this, it's a lot of double standards. It's a lot of like, whoever's getting attention, you gotta find a way to like drag them down, just back and forth over and over and over and over. Yeah. I mean, I could sit here and say I can't wait for it to be over, but it's realistically not gonna be over. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but I think that, you know, having discussions with people about who you're voting for, and then voting accordingly, and continuing to have discussions with people that you know to persuade them, if it's possible, is like fair game, right? But if you're somebody who's not interested in persuading people, if you're not interested in like moving the needle, or like convincing your friends to vote for the candidate you like, or the candidate that you prefer, I should really say, because I don't think that anybody likes either of these candidates. Like, most sane people don't, right? I think that it's fair to say, like, if you're one of those people who's just like an individual who doesn't talk about politics to anybody in your personal life, once you vote, just tune everything out. Just stop fucking watching it, because all it is just garbage. It just gets in your head and ruins your day. Yeah. Most people probably fall into that camp too. And I would say as well, like, if you're not an undecided voter and you know who you're voting for, just don't even tune into anything. Because it's all rhetoric. Like, you know the policies. You're gonna have people who vote on, like, what the person said was, like, mean or nice or whatever. Like, how the person looks and dresses. Like, you have people who are gonna vote that way, but if you're somebody who votes on policy, if you just only vote on policy, then, like, there's no reason to even tune into any of this stuff. Because debates are meaningless. Like, there's nothing changing as far as the debates go. Like, it's just virtue signaling. It's all virtue signaling.
Sometimes pushing a simple button is satisfying. Push, 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 push.
Yeah, I just, like, I would love to hear why people think that, like, Kamala is selling hope to anybody when it's like, she's the establishment right now. It's so strange that she's, like, she wants to, like sit alongside Joe Biden, but she also doesn't want, she wants to take credit for, like, his good things, but not be, like, associated with the bad things, and, like, it doesn't really make much sense to me. Like, how she's running on, like, change. When she, you know, she's incumbent, like, she's literally the border czar, and that's, like, one of the major issues of this election. Like, all of her policy flipping, like, it's literally just, like, if you hate Trump, vote for me. That's, like, the only thing that she can really run on is, like, if you vote for me, Trump's going away, which is not true. Like, we all know that's not true. It's politics in America for the next 20 years will be Trump and Obama. Trump versus Obama, just whatever, like, people in their what do you call it? Their dynasties. Like, whoever's running against whomever is, like, that's, like, literally politics for the next 20 years of America, is just those two versus each other.
Number one in the bikini.
But yeah, I don't understand. I don't know. I'm not saying, like, I'm an expert on, like campaigning. I thought that Joe Biden ran a much better campaign. Because, you know, he had the Obama years to run on. He could just, like, you know, like, Joe Biden and Obama, remember those guys? Like, we liked America when those guys were in the office. Like, he had that going for himself. And he could say, like, you know, we're gonna be for all Americans. But as soon as Joe got into office, he immediately started dividing people. And he didn't stick to any of his promises. And he went off the, you know, the whole thing with, like, he actually ran a lot of, like moderate views, but the whole like moving away from oil thing, and oh my god. Yeah, but, like, the thing is, dude, like, LGBT rights are not a major issue in this campaign. That is a very small, like, percentage of people who are voting based on that issue.
Yeah.
This is entirely about, like, if this is something that matters to you personally, that's one thing. But what I'm saying is that the average voter in America is confused as to what her messaging is, other than just, like, we don't like Trump. That's my point. If we're analyzing the campaign for how well she's doing, a lot of it is just relying on saying that Trump is bad. Right, and that's fine. Like, you can vote on whatever issues matter to you, but it's a very small issue in a grand scheme of, like, people literally can't fucking buy groceries right now.
Hey.
Also, that's a very broad term. Like LGBTQ is a very catch-all term that encompasses, like, a lot of different things. Like, I don't think that the Republicans are trying to overturn gay marriage, for example, right? Like, these are all, like, very nuanced issues that, like, if you feel strongly about those issues, like, sure, you should vote on those issues, but the fact of the matter is that the majority of Americans are not concerned with, like, transgender issues, which is, like, the main thing that people are talking about, if they are talking about it. And even then, it's a very minor issue. Very small thing that people are talking about relative to, like, the economy, foreign policy, border, you know, stuff like that. is much more in people's minds. So again, with the whole Kamala thing, like, she's pretty much just like positioning herself like, I'm gonna do everything that Trump is gonna do, but I'm not Trump as far as her policies go on the major issues, you know. And she's kept very quiet about the transgender stuff, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that, but she's not really talking much about that. It's really just Trump who's saying that he doesn't want like the legality for kids to transition. I don't think anything other than that is really being talked about from the other side. Okay, well, the Roe v. Wade thing was people that he appointed. Sure, yeah. That is another issue, but it's still low ranking compared to. That's a complicated issue. So with the Roe v. Wade thing, like, the abortion is definitely a large issue for a certain block of voters. Like, it ranks high for women, but the nuance of that is like people who want. First off, Roe v. Wade being overturned brings the voting back to the states for abortion. It's not federally legal anymore, but it's still legal in most states, and states get to decide how many months until you're allowed to do it, right? That's the whole thing with that. But there's nuance with the whole, like how the campaign's gonna work, because people rank the Supreme Court justice appointments very low on their list of priorities, but the Supreme Court justice appointments are pretty much that same issue, though. Like, the Roe v. Wade thing is the reason why that got overturned, okay? Like, first off, like, Trump is not the person who's responsible for overturning it. It was the justices he'd appointed, and it was during the Biden administration that it happened, so that's why people are concerned about, you know, who the next president is. So when two more justices retire, they know that the next president's going to replace them with either Republican leaning or Democrat leaning. I mean, like, obviously, like, in an ideal situation, you know, they're not biased and they're there to protect the Constitution, but typically, you know, you don't know what people are saying behind closed doors, so you have to assume they're going to vote in line with their party, which is corrupt, and, like, obviously it's not ideal. But yeah, bottom line is, like, if a Democrat president is going to replace the justices, like, they're going to be left-leaning, most likely. But my point is that, like, if you're voting solely on the single issue of abortion, that's basically just women, right? That's, like, mostly just women voting on that single issue.
I should do it again sometime.
That was kind of her messaging at the start of the campaign, was like give women freedom and whatever, but she's kind of like moved away from that messaging recently. It's much more about like Trump is bad now. I'm just talking about this in terms of like sports, right? Like, which team's gonna win, which team is playing a better game right now. And yeah, like, a lot of these issues are just, like, very low ranking on what people are, like, really concerned with. I can't tell you who's gonna win, but I think that Trump is running a much better campaign right now, appealing to, again, like, the number one issue is the economy. And appealing to the working class that is struggling right now, with, like, the whole, like, McDonald's and, like the garbage worker stuff. Like, I think that hits home way more with the majority of why most Americans are voting. Like, you're gonna get people who are voting on single issue stuff, like single issue abortion is definitely a big thing. But you're still gonna have people who are in the booth, and, you know, like, when it comes down to it, it's gonna be the three biggest issues are economy, foreign policy, and I don't even think that border security even ranks that high at this point. I was actually surprised to see how low it was ranking for issues that people are concerned with, but the economy is definitely the number one concern. And on that issue specifically, it's unclear. It's like super unclear to me as a spectator how Harris is like proving that she's going to handle the economy better than Joe Biden. Because she won't disavow Joe Biden's work, but she also won't campaign with him, and she won't take responsibility for any of it. Like, she says that she was involved with every decision he was making as like an attempt to make herself look more presidential and qualified. But when they say if he's confident, then why are you the one who's running? It just doesn't add up, you know what I mean? So, again, you're gonna have people who are voting on, like, the rhetoric and the single issue things, but I think that the bulk of people are voting on the economy and other higher ranking issues that she's not made herself clear on. So we'll see what happens, but I still think that Trump is winning in terms of campaign right now. But again, you don't know how people are gonna vote when they get into it. Yeah, I just think that Biden ran a much better campaign. Like, whatever Biden did during his term, like, that's one thing, but I thought the messaging was clear. I thought the history was much more sound with, like, the fact that people liked Obama as a president. Like, Obama had, like, a pretty high approval rating compared to Joe Biden as a president running with Harris, you know? So he was able to run on that, but, like, Harris can't run on Biden's accomplishments, because, again, like, even if Joe Biden did do good things, most Americans disapprove of Biden, and his party booted him out, so it's, like, hard to say, like, you know, we're gonna stand with Biden, because then you're gonna discourage people from voting if they didn't like Biden, and then if you disavow him, then, like, you're hemorrhaging your base. It's tough, man. It's a tough spot to run from. I mean, at this point, like, I can't see why she wouldn't just, like, resort to, like, Trump is hateful and bad and whatnot. But now they're both saying that about each other because of the garbage comments, and it feels like every single day there's gonna be some shit going on, man. Like, there's gonna be something that moves the needle back and forth every day until election day. And then once that happens, people are just gonna do other fucking heinous things. It's not gonna be over for a while, but that was my observation, is that I think that Trump is running a much better campaign than he ran last time. And I think that all she can really do is just say, like, Trump sucks. Because if she runs on the issues, then she's either admitting that they lied about Joe Biden being competent, or she's taking responsibility for his failures, which, again, even if Joe Biden did good things, a lot of Americans feel like he wasn't a good president, and they want to distance themselves from that. Well, I mean, okay, whether you believe him or not, Trump keeps, like, rolling out these, like, again, like, a lot of it just seems like fucking bullshit. When he says that he's gonna, like, roll out, like, new tax cuts and new tariffs or whatever, I think he's at least talking about, like policies that he has ideas for. It's again, you can read through that and be like, okay, well, he's not gonna do any of that stuff, you know what I mean? But I still think that's more effective than just saying, like, this other person sucks, you know? Like, if you're constantly, that's exactly what Hillary did. Like, she kept saying, like, Trump sucks, and then he was talking about policies, even if they're just bullshit. This is about the campaign, by the way. Like, I don't care who you vote for. I'm just saying, like, it's tough to tell who's gonna win based off of all this, but I think that Trump's running a better campaign than her so far. I'm not debating with you on what these policies are. I'm telling you. You know what? Never mind. You guys are very emotional about this. You can't separate your own personal beliefs from this discussion about who's running a more effective campaign. That's what my discussion's about. We're not debating policies here. I don't think that anybody in this chat is qualified to debate policies, so we're not doing that. My point is that I think that Trump's messaging is a lot clearer than hers right now. That's my point. That he's running a better campaign right now. Whether you think which candidate's better for you or the country, that's entirely separate from this. I think that Trump is running a much better campaign as far as the messaging and the clarity. Because I don't really understand Harris's message other than just, like, we don't want more Trump, which just feels like what Hillary ran on. And I think that Biden at least said, like, he wanted to bring people together and have, like, unity. That was, like, his whole message is, like, let's get back to the way things were when Obama was president. But people are even more divided now since Joe Biden was president. So, like, it's hard to run on that, especially when Joe Biden himself is just saying shit on a Zoom call that people are freaking out about now. Guys, I hate that I have to say this, but if you think that either of these people have your best interests in mind first and foremost, you are unfortunately in an echo chamber. You're being very misled if you think that either of these people care about your well-being more than just being in power. That's like absurd. To think that like one person cares about you and the other doesn't. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, I feel like most people can, you can't take that shit to heart, man. You're voting on who's likely to give the policies that you think are going to lead the country better. Like, you're not voting on who your best friend is, who you think that people care about. Like, they don't fucking care about you. They're all politicians. They're the lowest form of life available to observe. They're all terrible. You know? Like, just because Trump can get on a stage and, like, talk like he's in the room with you and make you feel like you know him doesn't mean he's a good person who has your best interests in mind. Just because Kamala is saying that, like, Trump is bad and we care about people and virtue signaling like crazy every fucking day and pandering to all these different groups that she has not mentioned until she sees Trump say something about it. Like, this is all bullshit. It's all a distraction. Just vote your conscience, but, like, you can't sit here and think that these people actually care about you, right? Like, they actually care about the future of this country. They don't. They care about staying in power. That's the only goal. They're really charismatic. They have you believe it, but they really just don't care, man. The goal is to get votes. It's all a game. So attaching your personality to, like, which candidate is winning is just so foolish. And you're just making yourself miserable, because, again, they're all hypocrites. Like, every single person who is that passionate about a candidate has some kind of cognitive dissonance going on, or some kind of biased lens where they're looking at all the hypocritical things they're doing, and they just ignore them from the one side and accept it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, every single day they're just contradicting themselves. Every single day they're just clutching their pearls at something the other side did. It's just back and forth. At the end of the day, like, you should vote, you should exercise your right to vote, but it's just fucking silly to think that these people, like voting based on who cares about you. They don't care about you. They're just trying to get your vote. And then when you elect them, they're not even going to do what you elected them for anyway. It's just sports. It's just fucking sports. And then you know, like, regardless of who gets elected, like, they're not the ones who are running the show anyway. That's why it's annoying people get worked up about this and can't like detach themselves and like see it for what it is. If we want to talk about like who's running the better campaign, I find that to be interesting because it's competition, right? But if we can't even talk about like who's running a better campaign, who has clearer messaging, and who's just genuinely appealing to more voters, like just as a sport, as a spectator sport, without people getting like upset. Like, I don't know like where we've gotten to as a culture that people really are like that attached to this shit. They just can't like think for a second like, this is the person who's trying to get my vote, regardless of whether it's policies, virtue signaling, whatever it may be. They're just saying whatever they can to get me to vote. That's the only goal. But again, we can analyze this as a spectator sport and be like, who's running the better campaign, who's appealing to more people, who's gonna win. But we should be able to detach our own feelings and politics from all that. We should be able to just look at it for what it is. It's just sales. Everything is sales. Yeah, and yeah, exactly, man. I think if you don't have your own personal beliefs or things that you worship, whether it be like hobbies or religion or whatnot, people tend to just go off and worship stuff like that. And like that's very dangerous because those are people who are genuinely trying to stay in power, like worshipping an abstract idea or some kind of sport or activity is like, you know, that's not somebody who's trying to coerce you into voting. Yeah, worshiping politicians is like one of the worst things you can do for your mental health. Because you're also just forcing yourself into a position where you're going to accept the bullshit they feed down your throat, because they all do it. They all just say shit. They're saying whatever they can to get you elected, to get them elected. And yeah, it sucks that like people have really like social media is partially to blame, I think. Social media has partially encouraged people to feel like they know somebody they don't. Just that whole aspect of like going beyond your own local community to think that you actually know people who ultimately are in Washington, they don't care about you. Like the whole fucking argument that I keep hearing like from both is like they don't care about you, they don't care about Americans. Like that's beyond the point. It's a moot point because they're all willing to compromise whatever they may care about just for the sake of getting votes. They're all compromised. You maybe could have made the argument that Trump in 2016 wasn't like that because he was more of like a buck the system kind of candidate, but he's fully entrenched in this stuff now. Like it's been 8 years. People who still say that Trump's not a politician, like how long are you gonna keep lying to yourself? Like he absolutely is a politician just like the rest of them now. It is what it is. And even then I would still say like the whole argument where it's like oh, why would Trump run for president if he's a multi-billionaire or whatever? It's because once you have so much money, all you want is power. It's like textbook, man. Everybody has a number where they reach a certain amount of money, and then it's like, okay, let's get into politics now. I can't remember who I heard about talking about this, but like, it's like the Mr. Beast effect. Like the bigger you get, the more you start thinking about it. I remember, like literally, Mr. Beast was like saying he was gonna run for president like a few months ago before he got canceled, right? Like, the more money you have, the more you realize, like, money's not important, I just want power now. So that whole argument that, like, this person's not a real politician, they have my best interests in mind. Like, they never have your best interests in mind. It's all about forming dynasties and controlling, that's it. People just want to control. And they'll say whatever they have to.
Go.
You can really only vote based on people's past and current actions. The rhetoric is just all fucking nonsense. I think that rhetoric is still something of a valid thing to vote on, but you know, if it's the only thing you're voting on, like whatever daily news cycle comment is being made about whatever side is like, you're just going to be going back and forth, like who's dunking on whom, and it's just, I don't know, if you're that undecided, you probably gotta just like do more research. But unfortunately that's the game. When it comes down to it, the meta is winning off the people who are undecided, so they're the ones who are going to be mostly swayed by rhetoric because they didn't have an opinion in mind in the first place. Yeah, but like voting for that is like, that's not even on the ballot. A vote for that is just like conceding to whoever's winning the swing state already. So it's like the whole Jill Stein thing. I don't really know too much about her, but I know like, I think she's like very vocally against like Israel, right? And people are voting for her because they think like she's the only candidate who's gonna like do something about that. I mean, like, she's not gonna get elected, even if she does. She's not gonna have the House or the Senate, so it's just pointless. So, like, that's just another example of, like... I'm telling you, man, millions of people are going into those booths voting for things that make them feel dirty voting for it. Because I think that if you really have the facts and you're, like, very deep into, like, knowing what either of these two candidates stand for and who's involved with them, you can't possibly feel good voting for either of these people. If you really get down to it and you know what there is at stake with both of them, or not, that's not the right word. If you know what either of these people stand for, what they've done in the past, what they currently do, what they probably plan on doing, it's very difficult to feel good about voting for either of these people. So you have to understand, like, regardless of who somebody voted for, they probably winced when they fucking circled that shit, you know?
Hey,
It sucks that it's gotta be like that, but it's a good reminder that most people are good people, and just because people disagree on the issues that you feel strongly about doesn't mean that they're bad people. Like, do you think that we'd be better off all being angry at each other and shit? No, of course not.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, just like talking shit about the Yankees, like, again, politics don't really affect me that much. For me, I'm just interested in seeing who runs the better campaign and who ends up winning, whose strategy works better. Just from a public speaking and sales perspective, I find that interesting to follow. Like, who's the one getting the layup, who's getting the dunk. But we all know that not much is going to change, unless something drastic happens. Interest rates are probably going to be going down for the foreseeable future. The housing market might also come down. I'm not sure about that though. It's like almost impossible to predict, but it seems like interest rates, like a lot of people that I know who are deep into this, say that they're going to come down over the next year. Yeah, I think that people just had this unfortunately like globalist point of view where they think that like they have to adopt this kind of like mentality that makes them likable to everybody on the fucking planet. But when you mature and you grow and you realize like there are a lot of nuanced opinions that are all valid and people have their own ways of living and thinking,
That was a ton of fun.
you know, you start to realize like it's not like that, and the internet just breeds mental illness in that regard because everybody thinks they have to be liked by everybody. You just gotta take care of your community, take care of your family, take care of your friends. You know, if everybody's acting in their own best interest and the interest of their friends and family, I feel like we'd just be living better, we'd be living happier. But everybody's worrying about everybody to the extent that they can't even like understand like
Now I can wear 4 pairs
if you're so worried about how everybody's doing, like unfortunately the reality is that like there's never been a time in human history where there's ever been one group that isn't suffering. Unfortunately, the reality is that at some point, everyone's gonna suffer. And it's just a matter of up and down who's suffering currently. It is what it is. I talked about this the other day when I said, like, I can't be losing sleep at night thinking about what kids are mining gems out of the ground to build my fucking iPhone, right? If everybody in the world were losing sleep over that, everybody would be miserable instead of just, like, a small group of people. And like you could say like, oh, he's like, how could you say that? Like the kids are suffering. Like you're not understanding what I'm saying. Like if everybody's worried about what everybody's thinking and feeling, then nobody's happy. And that's like exactly where we are now as a culture. The internet as a culture. Like everybody's just worried about everybody's pain, everybody's suffering. You know, it's impossible. You'll find that you'll never be happy if you are constantly worrying about how everybody feels and thinks. And when you learn to disagree, or say this is out of my hands, I have no control over this, you'll find yourself so much happier. Because we weren't meant to fucking live at this scale, especially with all different modern cultures all believing different things. I mean, I'm sitting here eating a hamburger when I get off stream. Like there are countries that they'd say that's just horrific because they, you know, cows are sacred, right? Small example, but I find it disgusting that some cultures eat cats, but I don't think you're a horrible person because it's what you do. It's like, you know, I'm not gonna like debate you on like whether it's okay to eat cats or yeah. Cows are yummy, dude. Cows are fucking yummy. They're also really good for you too. If the cow gets raised in an ethical way and it lives a good life,
#1 in the bikini bottom.
fuck it. Also, they taste better when they're raised ethically too.
Ready, kids?
Yeah, the internet is a negative cesspool, but like I don't think that it's I don't think that it's negative for the sake of being negative. I think that it's just like negativity gets people's attention, so people get looped into it. I guarantee you that the majority of people who engage on these online conversations, they disconnect from the stream, and even if it's like a quiet voice, it's still there. They feel guilty and they feel dirty about arguing and like fighting people. People are gonna put on a front like they're tough and they're angry and all that, but I feel like most people get off the internet after a day's work and they're like, man, like why did I just waste my time fucking like being negative on the internet? I mean, there are some just sadistic, awful people who just genuinely love that shit, but I feel like the majority of people are just caught in a vortex, and a lot of it does come from like an inherent like, it's like a Gen Z thing, like just wanting justice and righteousness and all that for everybody, but you're never gonna have that. It's impossible. You can never have a culture like a global culture that everybody agrees on everything. That's just not possible.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing.
There are just different groups with different interests, and that's all there is to it. That's humanity. There's no singular morality that can be like logically explained and like justified. There are some things that most people agree on, like murder is bad and whatnot, but
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
I think I've been hearing that too. Yeah. Like there's a divide between men and women, Gen Z like conservative,
Yeah,
left-leaning, and so forth.
I make myself a snack. But there's no time.
I think that's because of the dating market and like the sexual revolution. We don't have to get into that on the stream, but I think that's part of it. There's just like a natural divide between men and women right now, and it's kind of manifesting itself in politics, for better or worse.
They'll
Like it's just like one way or another. It all is connected. It's all connected, that stuff.
Hey.
Kesha ruined a generation, that's all. God. They said it was Britney Spears, but I think that Kesha is more to blame than Britney Spears. At least that's just me, having grown up in the late... Well, I mean, I grew up in the early 2000s, and like Britney and Eminem were the two choices that you had, but when I was in like middle school and early high school, it was all just like that kind of music coming out. And I honestly like the fucking like Waka Flocka shit, definitely to blame as well. I think a lot of us are rooted in the music that we listen to, man. I think that the music is a huge part of it. Like low-key, being a musician is more influential than being the president of the United States these days. Or like a podcaster, or just any kind of influencer. Like these groups have tremendous power over what we think and say and do. It's a big reason why, like, again, like, you guys know how I stand on, like, the internet. Like, I'm pretty vocal about, like, I don't want to be involved in politics. I just view it as a sport for me, personally. You know, if that sounds out of touch, it's because I am out of touch. You guys have granted me the ability to do this for a living, but all of us who do this stuff are going to be out of touch to some extent. I just try to minimize it by staying out of it as far as my political opinions go, my personal beliefs and things like that. Stay out of it and try to have a sense of community instead of like having people just like at my feet worshiping me for playing SpongeBob. Like get involved with the community, get people actively involved in the speedrun and strat hunting and stuff like that. Yeah. But yeah, I think like again, like with the OnlyFans stuff, like people are so quick to blame, like, oh, like it's just like, you know, women or whatever taking advantage of, like, there's something to say about like pornography on the internet and like how low regulated it is for sure. But I think that the bigger symptom, like, that's just a symptom of a larger problem, is that there's just, as time goes on, there's just a less and less substance to things that we watch on the internet. It's more about getting reactions and quick highs as opposed to actually like involving yourself in a community. It all goes back to community, man. you need to have a stable community. You need to have some kind of like give and take amongst a large group of people if you're going to, and it gets more and more difficult to maintain that as things get bigger. This is a big reason why I really like the size of my stream. Like when we're doing subathons, like what, like 700, 800, 900 viewers is like a very like, I don't want to go beyond that. It's almost impossible to manage a community when things get larger than that. It frustrates me when people act like so many people are in the camp of like the goal is to optimize your content to get as much people watching as possible. Which is like fucking the Mr. Beast formula that made YouTube shitty in the first place, and it's just annoying. I don't know how to put this into words, but like, it seems like most people on the internet acknowledge that it's shitty and that we don't enjoy the internet as much as we used to. But people are still just like worshipping the exact things that got us into this place in the first. Like, nobody's willing to be the change they want to see. Nobody wants to just like pick up a hobby and build a community around it like it was in the old days, you know. People just want to be worshipped and optimize their videos for attention seeking, and it's just a lot of people just are not honest with themselves. They haven't done enough thinking. Thanks, Zoro, for the 3 years, man. A lot of people just haven't done enough thinking for themselves to decide, like, what they really want out of life, what they really want out of their stream and community. And I think that if more people did that, then we'd all be happier with the state of the internet, as opposed to, you know, right now. A lot of people are complaining about a lot of different things on Twitch, YouTube, and so forth. Funny. Hey, it's not a. I think anybody who wants to look good has to put in a lot of work for that too. So nobody wakes up looking good. That's for sure. And if they do, they're probably putting in a lot of work the day before. You know what I'm saying? Big part of me regrets not, like, just stopping all physical activity for like 4 or 5 years of my life. Improves your life drastically doing that physical activity. Anyway, I really should be going soon. This is a weird stream. Started super late. A lot of yapping. But I don't know, we'll try to come back later and play better. Very distracted stream. Every once in a while you gotta give him this stuff. Give him the social stuff. If I were talking like this every day, I would never get anywhere though. I gotta lock in tomorrow. I gotta lock in all month, man. I gotta lock in November. Get this job done. Get the 40. I low-key worry about that every single day, that like the Wayback Machine is gonna like someday not be here. It actually terrifies me. Like very high-key, that is like one of my like pieces of dread. I worry about World War III and the Wayback Machine going down in like equal regard personally. I don't know about you. That's kind of how I'm feeling right now. Yeah, happy Halloween. I mean, like, I'm like a documentarian kind of person. Like, I like to really like keep the history of like these games, and like Wayback Machine has helped us answer like a lot of questions about like what this game's like advertisement and like promotion and like release was like when it first came out. I'm always looking for stuff like that, and having archives of the leaderboards when they were like stuff like that is so important to have. And I just hope that it stays up for the next couple of years minimum. I hope that whatever administration gets elected doesn't fucking try to take it down or censor it or any fucking bullshit like that. Like that's actually a really big issue for me is free speech on the internet. And I really hope that we don't go back in the direction of the way that Twitter was 4 years ago, where you literally couldn't say anything without getting banned, or like Twitch, where people were getting banned without being given a reason, and you know, YouTube would literally demonetize you for even mentioning the word COVID. It's just like, if we go back to that, man, like, I was literally depressed for like 2 years of my life because of that shit. You could just see it in my face in the way that I was talking and acting, that I was just not having a good time. Like speech suppression on the internet is like one of the scariest things, man. Because again, like that's the danger of like history being erased, and like I care a lot about like talking about the history of this game, and like that's like the ultimate goal I think for some people is to get the Wayback Machine taken down, and that scares me quite a bit that there are groups that would prefer that as opposed to it staying up. You know, like stuff like Wikipedia and the Wayback Machine, like the internet wouldn't be the same without it.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
What reason would people want to take down the Wayback Machine? To protect themselves, to obscure information.
What?
I mean, if the Wayback Machine is down, and there's no other internet archive, you can just delete things and pretend like they never happened, or like alter history and like pretend like it never happened, you know? The fact that we have archives of what things looked like, I mean, like, the owner of any website can just like change your posts, dude. They can delete, alter, like, the Wayback Machine kind of helps prevent that. It's a good safeguard against like manipulation and stuff like that. Like, without the Wayback Machine, you can fucking be looking at anything basically. If you understand like the role that it plays in the internet, right? If you really pay attention, if you're really paying attention to like how the internet works, like that's a huge part of it. Is like having archives to like just know what the web page actually looked like when certain things were said, or what things were deleted and things like that is so fucking important. And it saved my ass a bunch of times too. Like researching certain topics, like it saved my ass so many times. Just like in general, like deleting and obscuring history is a very fucking dangerous thing. You gotta remember, like, I mean, like the fucking, like the burning of the library, and I'm not gonna pretend like I'm a historian, but like the burning of libraries is like a common theme throughout history, like Alexandria, I guess, right? There's a reason why people want to destroy history and people want to destroy information, and like just because we're in the internet, just because we got our cool smartphones and we're talking about going to Mars and all this shit, doesn't mean that it can't happen again. It's just different now. Like it's digital, but it's still history. And like deleting the Wayback Machine is akin to burning a library, in my opinion, except it's like far worse than burning a library at this point. Well, I still think that's still a nuance, though, is that like some people really do just want to go back to like that. That's Kick in a nutshell. Like Kick in a nutshell is like, oh, dude, I just want to say slurs on Twitch again. Like that's literally Kick. That's exactly why it started. Like the fact that Kick is not going in the direction of gaming and they're just fully going in the direction of drama and letting people fucking say shit like that on their platform. It has nothing to do with like getting back to the way things were. As far as the good things, I mean. The way things were to me is the way that Twitch used to be as far as like niche communities, like being able to have a nice platform for discoverability and growth. That to me is the way things were. But to the Kick audience, the way things were is just like, oh dude, Aiden Ross can say slurs and like talk about gay people in a certain way. Like that's what they mean by that. So there is still nuance to like, there is a crowd that is nostalgic for the past because they want to just say slurs and shit, sure, but I'm in the position that like if you delete stuff like the Wayback Machine, you're enabling people to abuse stuff in the past, current, and future. That's bad. Like we gotta preserve the Internet Archive. I don't know how to do that without just virtue signaling and telling people this is important without actually doing anything. But, you know, it's important. I don't know, I'm not trying to like get people to like convince people to do anything or take any action. I'm just having a conversation. But you should be able to say that it's important. But yeah, that's like, again, history repeats itself. And the first thing you do when you want to take over a society is tear down idols and change history. You know, if you can change the past, you can change the future. And I think it's pretty incredible that we made it this far, that we can send rockets into space and shit, and, you know, communicate with people across the whole fucking planet and, like, within, like, milliseconds. Like, I think that's pretty awesome. And, yeah, it does worry me that the way some people talk about free speech and changing history and stuff. Remember, just because your side wants to do it doesn't mean that it can't be done by everybody. Once that door is open, people will just everyone will start doing it, because, I mean, once it's in play, it's in play. It's a big reason why in speedrunning we don't allow people to mod their consoles, because once it's in play, everybody's doing it. Everybody's modding their Xbox with SSD, everybody's putting like fucking weird like gadgets and gizmos in their controllers to hit shit more consistently, and it's just like... Everybody acts like they're above it, but once Pandora's box is open, it's like, well, I can't compete without doing this, and then... Yeah, we need to be in a culture that puts more information out to try and like prove they're right, as opposed to hiding information or obscuring it to prove they're right. And I think that the Wayback Machine existing falls into that category where once that's gone, it becomes a lot easier to change what happened in the past without people even realizing it. Like I said, it's like burning a library. No, we don't actually. The problem with notches for this game is like there are so many different angles you have to be able to hit, and they're all extremely precise. And it also depends on like your, like, I mean, how can I like explain this without having to make a new game? If I'm doing like an LCB, and like my camera is like this or this or this or this or this, like all these like micro angles that you cannot possibly control. Your angle on the control stick is going to change so slightly that having a notch would literally make it harder to do. Like, the game is so precise that having, like, the level of precision that you need to play it is, like, beyond a notch, if that makes sense. It sounds silly saying that, but the camera's not going to consistently go into the exact same spot every single time. That's for one thing. Two is that, like, the movement for cruise boosting is, like,
It's almost too pretty to break. Almost.
The movement for cruise boosting is, it's a lot of, like, moving the control stick around in a full circle. Like, right now I'm, like, holding the control stick back, and you can, like, move it. Like, I'm not even, like, pushing forward, but when you push forward, like, obviously you run faster. So, like, that smooth movement around the gate, you really want to be able to have that, otherwise, you know, your movement's suffering. With a game like Smash Bros, I totally understand why you would want to have that, though. Because, you know, it's a 2D plane. You basically just want to be able to move left and right as quickly as possible, and, like, there are specific angles that are, like, make or break for a match, like Firefox angles, for example. I'm a Fox main, so, like, that's just all I know, but, yeah. There are some games where it definitely helps, for sure. But, yeah, for this game, it's not preferable. Because even if you were using notches to, like, make sure your movement is, like straight, you know, you wouldn't have a good time with a lot of the other strats that require very nuanced angles. Yeah, 64 doesn't even have a camera stick. 64 just has fixed angles, which makes it way easier to optimize. people underestimate, like Lunar Jump calls it free balling. The free ball camera in games like this is crazy, man. Like you're basically moving two things at once. And actually, thank you Tawa for the 41 months, by the way. I see you. I just want to finish my thought. There are some parts in the game, like the bubble bowl, the way that you turn the camera and the way that you move actually impacts the physics of the bubble bowl in such a way that, like, as well as, like, if you're doing SBA, you know, SBA will work differently depending on how much you're moving the camera and where you're moving it to. There's a lot going on with the game. The PlayStation camera is so bad. It's the same. It's the same camera. It's the same camera. Alright. Well, I gotta go. Today was kind of a wash, but it's fine. It's not a big deal. As long as we play well later today. But yeah, every game's different. I try to emphasize that. No problem. Thank you for hanging out, Ink. Yeah, I just, like, I guess to wrap this up, like, if everybody's, like, one person at a time trying to make the world a better place for the people around them, it's we have to get back to that. We have to get back to that instead of this, like, top-down shit. Like, behave a way that, like, everybody says is good or it's gonna make everybody happy. We gotta get back to the bottom-up stuff where you are doing noticeable small deeds that are making everybody else around you, making their lives better. And then that just kind of, you know, it's not one person funneling down to everybody the happiness. Happiness is like a web. It's like a big constellation. That's how the world really works. All right. I'll see you soon. See you later, my little stars.